Good afternoon and welcome to the December 19th, 2023 County Board meeting. This is Board Chair Christian Dorsey. I'll be presiding this afternoon, joined by my colleagues. To my left, Board Member Takis Karantonis, and to my right, Board Member Tanya Talento. Vice Chair Garvey is expected on the dais momentarily. During today's meeting, Mr. DeFerranti will be absent, but when it comes to excuses for being absent from his appointed duties, he has got the best excuse in the world. Yesterday, he and his wife welcomed a baby girl into the world, and he has our heartfelt congratulations. And although we miss him terribly, if he shows up at this place at any point over the next several weeks, we will kick him out. So congratulations, Matt, and congratulations, Brooke. We will begin today with recognitions and reports from the board as well as the county manager. And to kick us off with an employee spotlight, I will turn it over to Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I have a fairly long introduction today, but we wanted to spotlight the Department of Management and Finance purchasing team. Raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. Okay. Much of the work performed by DMF isn't what many would consider fun and exciting, but that doesn't mean it isn't critical and important. And our purchasing division performs an essential regulatory and compliance function. They are tasked with helping county departments purchase high-quality goods and services at a reasonable cost, while also making sure that the county is providing fair and open access for all vendors in the marketplace to compete for our contracts. This work is done to really help the Arlington community, and it funds our operation through, as we fund our operations through taxes and fees. We help support vendors. We perform this function in a way that's a lot of times can be challenging. And if I'm not mistaken, Sharon, isn't this the first time in recorded history that there's full staffing in the purchasing division? Wow, awesome. And they can break out in four-part harmony and sing a song entitled the Virginia Public Procurement Act. It's very exciting. And they've done a lot of work under Sharon's leadership to improve communications and transparency and help run the county better. And you know, they, at just the drop of a mention, they can talk to you about CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk, Design Build, and of course, they can wax rhapsodic about the Public-Private Education and Transportation Acts, all doing that while talking about the county's board's equity resolution, partnering with AED's Biz Launch, working with George Mason on the first Small Business Forum, working with, let's see what else. They presented for the Boost Your Business on the on local budgets for, and I think, Sharon, you were on a panelist for the State of the Government Tech Small Business Forum, and they are working. I see we have Daniel's with us on our disparity study. He's presented previously. And so they do a lot of work where they handle bids and focus on the electronic submissions from vendors. And essentially, you know, having been heading up DMF, I know that at times you are the most popular people in the organization. And then a minute later, you're the least popular people in the organization. And I was joking with them that they're all here to remind you to not take inappropriate holiday gifts during the holiday season, a big team of them. So with that, I'm going to ask Maria and Michael to come up and help me hand out the certificates. And I'm going to tell you the names. We have Sharon Lewis, our purchasing division chief. Cynthia Davis and Melanie Hurley are here, our assistant purchasing agents. Daniel Stern, who I just introduced, Kaylin Schreiber, Sai Gezichu, Sherry Butler, Javier Iturralde, Lucas Alexander, Tomaka Price, Antonio Martino Aguirre, Brianna Henley, and Kite and Ebony Moten. And so I'm going to come down here and hand their certificates out. These certificates also were procured at the best low bid process possible.
Good to see you all.
You guys are gonna have to,
Squish in.
yeah. Can you guys go this way? Oh, this way, like, in front of the board would be great. Thanks, Mark.
Right, Maria and Michael, you're going to be in the picture too, right?
They're determined to skew right, they just are.
One like just in the front, squish into the middle a little bit more. Maria, just a little. There we go. All right. Okay, everyone say purchasing. Purchasing. Money.
And that concludes my initial presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and thank you, Sharon and team. It's really, really good that as I conclude my tenure, I get to see the purchasing team for the first time, which is really kind of nice. So next, unfortunately, I'd like to, as we seem to be doing a fair amount at our board meetings every month, noting the passing of notable Arlingtonians. And there are several that I'd like to make note of today, beginning with Richard Barton, who passed away at the age of 85 in late November. And Richard, Dick, as he was known, certainly a civic fixture in Arlington for decades. Even though he wasn't a native of Arlington, he truly made this community his home and contributed to its civic life in myriad ways. He at one point was an elected member of the school board back when an appointed member of the school board back during the time before the school board was elected. He did try for this office and running for the county board. And although he was unsuccessful, he did not in any way step away from contributing civically to Arlington. Among the many things that he did, serving as chair of the Arlington Democratic Committee, but also very much focused on activities outside of politics. He was a board member for George Mason University during the formative time where they were building their presence here in Arlington and also throughout Northern Virginia. He served on the Planning Commission, the Transportation Commission, and the Economic Development Commission, all advisory boards serving and advising the county board. He and his wife, Jean, formed a tremendous civic power couple, and she survives him and we look forward to a celebration of life that is planned for Richard on January 6th, and I believe that's going to be at the Unitarian Universalist congregation. Those details are easily found. And one other thing that Richard did that is of note is for years he served as our man in Arlington, which is a column that's run in the Falls Church News Press. Now, the next person that I would like to mention is someone who is really synonymous with that column, Charlie Clark. Charlie Clark was a native Arlingtonian, grew up in this community, and he was known as our man in Arlington for a little over the last decade, writing columns in the Falls Church News Press about items that you wouldn't see carried in the Washington Post or other publications in the area, about not only the important events in Arlington, but the people behind those important events, the stories behind the stories, if you will. At a recent event commemorating his life, following proclamation was read to honor Charlie. Whereas Charlie Stewart Clark dedicated his life to chronicling the history and story of his hometown, Arlington County, and whereas Charlie Clark published 3 books on Arlington County history and a biography of Arlington House's first resident, George Washington Parke Custis, each documenting important pieces of the county's legacy. And whereas Charlie Clark authored a weekly column in the Falls Church News Press, our man in Arlington, for over a decade, highlighting local stories and events through a nuanced and attentive perspective. And whereas Charlie Clark exemplified the high standards of journalistic ethics and shared information with fairness towards his interview subjects and a focus on providing trustworthy news to his readers. And whereas Charlie Clark, a native Arlingtonian, started his career on The Century, the student newspaper at Yorktown High School, and went on to work for the Washington Post, CQ, the National Journal, and in the Atlantic media empire throughout an illustrious 50-year career. And whereas Charlie Clark served on the board of the Arlington Historical Society and was an active volunteer serving to better Arlington County, and whereas Charlie was a figure woven into the fabric of the Arlington community, I had the honor of proclaiming December 19th, 2023 as a day to honor Charlie Clark for his extraordinary dedication to the legacy of Arlington County and to the region, to express our gratitude for his literary and journalistic contributions, and to extend our sincere condolences to his family and friends. And I'd also like to mention, even though we don't have a slide prepared, the recent passing of Craig Hines, who was another individual who served his community well, even though it wasn't his original community. Like so many, they come to Arlington for work or for some other reason and truly lean into making this community their home. Craig was no exception. He served us well as a member of our aging commission, and he had an illustrious career as a journalist, a writer, mostly involved in politics, and Craig was a fierce partisan, indeed, but he also contributed greatly to our civic life in Arlington, and he will be missed. So colleagues, I don't know if any of you want to share any particular reflections or remembrances. Feel free. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All three are, add to a significant number of illustrious Arlingtonians that we lost this year. Richard Barton, Charlie Clark is for me the reference person when it came to Arlington's history. I cannot stress high enough how valuable it is for everybody to go to the library and borrow some of his book, especially his latest ones. One of his latest, I believe it's the penultimate one, Lost Arlington County, that deals with how we became a community and what kind of a community we are. His insight, his wit, his ability to really read and translate Arlington to everybody was proverbial. I had the amazing privilege to write many times, when to be with him in social events, but also to ride in my car and share some thoughts. And he has been really a very big influence to me in understanding as an immigrant, 20 years ago, in understanding the place I ended up living. Craig Hines, to me, an exceptional, influential person. He may have been partisan, a staunch Democrat, but he was an amazing writer, an amazing thinker, extremely sharp in his judgment, and challenging when it came to discuss current affairs in our nation. He is a witness of the century, not only here in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, but for the entire nation. And his loss is really mourned by many here in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey.
Thank you. I don't know if it's possible to put the pictures up again. I'd love to start with the picture of Dick Barton, if that's possible to put up, because I found, pictures, sometimes they capture people and sometimes they don't. And that picture of Dick, I looked at, there he is. Doesn't he look like just the nicest guy you'd like to know? Sharp, intelligent, kind, and funny. He was really a great guy, and will be missed. He and his wife Jean are they were really active a little bit even before my time, but they were sort of always there. I didn't know them really well, but as I say, I always enjoyed. I just knew I would get some good conversation, and as I say, just always kind, always interesting, always kind of funny. So really, truly, some people to be missed, a person to be missed. And helped make Arlington what it is today. And the next slide of Charlie Clark, I really like that one because that's kind of like, let me tell you about Arlington. And Charlie too, kind. I mean, that's kind and fair. As a reporter, he was always fair. Whenever I sat down to talk to him, I always knew I would learn something. And he's looking just a little bit cocky here, which there wasn't a whole lot of that, but just a little bit because actually it was totally deserved. He knew so much. And had a great career. really excited. The last time I got together with Charlie, it was not long ago, and he said, when you become chair, I'd like to do an article. Is that all right? Ooh, that'd be so cool. Charlie Clark, I knew it would be fair. I knew I'd learn stuff probably about myself. And was looking forward to it and looking forward to having time with him, but that is not to be. But he leaves behind a great written record and sympathy to his family and friends. Craig Hines, I did not know as well, absolutely a major partisan and really active in local politics, and which has also kind of helped make Arlington what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. As I came into the world of serving in elected office, I was very green. And these three gentlemen were names that came across for me very quickly. Richard Barton and his wife Jean were just a phenomenal couple that welcomed me into a world that I was not familiar with. They were gracious, and when you got to know them, you realize, wow, they were truly a power couple. And I feel privileged and honored to have known Richard Barton. Mr. Barton, it really is a loss for our community. I think for all three of these gentlemen, the one thing that has always has stayed with me is I never understood until I served that community service to your community could truly be lifelong in an impactful way. I just thought community service was a place that you chose to work and serve and help. And I think these three gentlemen were able to serve throughout their life, never stopping as they dabbled in multiple things. And it's inspired me to see that whether I'm in elected office or not, I can still impact governance in our community in a way that helps and gives to others. And I believe that Richard Barton, Charlie Clark, and Craig Hines each brought that to us. I didn't have the opportunity to know Charlie Clark very well, but I love history. And every time I was studying Arlington's history, his name came up. And I loved the idea that we had a local historian. I felt like he was our local historian. And if I ever wanted to find something about Arlington that I couldn't find in my own research, Charlie Clark was a resource, and I could connect to him. And so I am very sad to have seen him, to have lost him, as well as Craig Hines, who's a familiar face for me. And it's always sad when God takes people from our world, but it's wonderful when they leave a wonderful legacy of serving their community. So,
Thank you all, colleagues. And next, for my chair's report, I'm going to actually turn it over to a cause that has been dear to my heart over my 8 years of service, the Arlington County Fair. I have had a death grip as the liaison from the board to the fair for reasons of entire selfishness. I love the fair, always have, and have wanted to help it achieve its dreams. And also, at the very beginning of my tenure, I remember it was going through, some, I won't call it tumult, but some challenges that it was trying to overcome, and I really wanted to lean into trying to support it. Happy to report that and you'll hear in this report in a moment, the fair is doing exceedingly well, and it's due to the work, not in any way of me, but of the many people who have devoted so much time and attention to it. Primarily, the Volunteer Fair Board of Directors, but I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the incredible cooperation from the Department of Parks and Recreation and the staff that supports the fair. And I see Ms. Rudolph, the director of DPR, here today, which is great. And we're now going to hear from Matt Richard, who is the president of the Fair Board, to let us know where things are and where they're going. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Chairman Dorsey, and thank you to the rest of the county board. Without your support, the fair truly wouldn't be possible. It's because of you that we've been able to have such success these past few years, and I also want to say a heartfelt thank you to Director Rudolph and her team. As a small token of our appreciation, we brought some hats and glasses for you, so I'll make sure you get those after. We want to make sure you're showing off the swag of the fair every chance.
I'm glad you waited for the purchasing team to leave so that we don't have to worry about the gift stuff.
I don't know what dollar amount this is, but I think it falls okay under the rules. So, next slide. So, briefly, I just want to give everyone an update on what's been happening at the fair. Kind of how we've grown over these past 3 years and some of the challenges we see going forward. So as Chair Dorsey steps off, the rest of you can step in and help us out just as much as he has over this past few years. So just a quick, next slide, please. So just quick about the Arlington County Fair. We were established in 1976 by the 4-H Club and JCs of Arlington. Held our inaugural fair in 1977 and had a commitment to celebrating the diversity and culture of Arlington County across all of our events and programming. Next slide, please. The other thing to know is that this fair is put on by a group of all volunteers. So currently we have actually, as of today, 18 members, the largest board we've had in quite some time, that are committing unpaid free time of theirs to helping organize and put together this event. We're responsible for all aspects of implementing the fair, but we truly couldn't do this without our partnerships with our volunteers in the community who have logged over 600 hours of volunteer time helping us run this fair, our sponsors, and most importantly, our partners here at Arlington County, like DPR. So what makes us a fair? It's an important distinction that we like to point out anytime we talk about the Arlington County Fair and what makes us different. So most events, carnivals, are considered festivals, but because we have competitive exhibits at the Arlington County Fair, that makes us officially a fair. So this year we had around 290 participants. We had over 800 total entries into our competitive exhibits, about 120 of which are youth entries. We crowned 15 grand champions across our various categories, 11 reserve champions, and 3 fair theme awards. All right, next slide. Sorry, I threw some animations in there on you. So you can go ahead and keep going through. Yep. Keep going, sorry. Next slide, yep. All righty, next slide. All right, so one of the big commitments we have as the fair is our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So one of the things we do is try to put on as much free program as we can at the fair. So ways we do that is we host a kids court every year at the fair where we pay entertainers to come in and put on magic shows, performances for children, scavenger hunts, and a variety of other activities. We work with Arlington teams to put bounce houses together. We have this year, just started last year, having headliners on our entertainment stage, free for all participants on Friday and Saturday night, as well as entertainers across Arlington County that come and showcase for us during the fair. We also have a series of indoor activities to promote STEM, promote education and learning opportunities. We have over 100 vendors that participate in the fair. All of these things are free for the community to participate in. So the idea behind this is every dollar we can make in profit for the fair, we put back into the fair for free programming for the community so that you don't have to pay out of pocket for anything that we can help with. Unfortunately, the rides are the rides, but not much we can do about that. We've also partnered with DPR's Therapeutic Recreation Office over the past few years. We've been able to extend our sensory hours to Saturday and Sunday morning. That is due in large part of working with the DPR team as well as our ride vendor, Cole Shows, who's able to support that initiative for us every year. We also next year are exploring an opportunity with DPR TR to expand free ride tickets and free food offerings for that community so that they can get more involved in the paid aspects of the fair without having to be restricted from getting access to that. This year, we're actually proud to announce that we've launched our Community Endowment Fund. So I'll talk a little bit more of that in a moment, but this is our opportunity to give profits we make to the fair back into the Arlington community. So we'll highlight those in just a moment. All right, so our partnerships. So of course, the Arlington County Board, thank you. Can't thank you enough for all that you do in helping us put this event together. From the Parks and Recs team last year, we went through a bit of a transition. So I want to thank Charlika, who stepped in when Laura moved to Florida for us. Then Jerry Solomon and Nick England, who helped us push this over the finish line in the weeks leading up to the fair. Emily, our new liaison with the county, has been great so far, so thank you for continuing to support us with her. And no offense to everyone else at DPR, but my favorite, Casey Spriggs, who helps us out immensely year over year and helped us really push this over the finish line. I want to thank Arlington Public Schools for their support. This event is on public school grounds every year, and I know we come in when the teachers are coming back, and we can be a bit disruptive, but it's without their support, we wouldn't be able to put this event on. The Arlington JCs, Paul and Sharon Showalter, Nova Systemics, Brian, the president of the Arlington Heights community, and Amazon, who's been a big sponsor of ours, along with other community sponsors that we've been able to get. All right. So just the numbers for you. We've had immense growth over the last 3 years. We've almost doubled in size from 2021 to over 150,000 estimated participants over the 5 days of the fair. The truth of the matter is this growth rate is really not sustainable. We don't have enough grounds to keep growing, but we're doing such a great job that we can't help it, is what I like to say. Our revenue generating opportunities are starting to max out. So we really can't, like I said, grow this fair too much more, but we were able to grow from $220,000 in revenue to $276,000 in revenue last year. A lot of that, over 50% of the money that comes in to run this fair comes from funds we get from our ride vendor as part of ticket sales. As you can see, when you include revenue from grants and sponsorship opportunities, one grant being the one that the county board has approved for us for this year and the next few years, that gives us about $90,000 more in revenue. The reason I bring that up is if you notice at the very bottom the number of what we think it's going to cost to run the fair in 2024 at about $350,000, we're always towing very closely to that line of our own revenue, sponsorships, and grants, and what it takes to put this event on. And part of the reason those numbers have grown is that costs have grown. Our costs from the county have grown, our costs from our security vendors have grown, and we don't anticipate that necessarily slowing down. So challenges moving forward. It's a 150,000 person event now. We don't see that receding unless we get really bad weather. So shuttles, parking, general logistics, the disruption to the Arlington Heights community, we want to continue to work with the county on how we can limit those things, make that a more enjoyable experience for the Arlington Heights community, as well as all Arlingtonians so they can get to the fair no matter where they live. Security and ACPD staffing. I want to commend Lieutenant Owens and Lieutenant Kornacki for all of their support. They have been amazing partners. They've been wonderful to work with. I can't say enough great things about Arlington County Police. This year, however, we're going to probably need to add additional security, which will come with additional costs as we've grown. Again, neighborhood relations, as we grow, we always want to keep in mind the Arlington Heights community and the rest of Arlington residents to make sure we're not disruptive where we can be. Capacity overall of an entire volunteer board to run a 150,000 person event is something we always have to keep in mind. And I got real nervous this year when Arlington County Public Schools almost moved up the start date of school because our fair ends and school generally starts a full week later. So let's hope that can continue going forward. But we definitely plan to work closely with Arlington County Public Schools on that initiative. All right, so just some things we're looking at to continue make sure we're able to put this event on. We're looking at working on the Race to Rebuilding Trust and Community grant that's out there now. We're going to be putting in an application. The main goal here is to bring in an organization that can come in and make sure that we have designed a fair that is as accessible to the disabled community as possible. That is both in touring and analyzing our grounds, as well as helping us redo our website so screen readers and other things can help make our site more accessible. We were able to work with the Virginia Tourism Cooperation Grant Program in the past. We continue to go down that route, showcasing how this brings in so many people to the Arlington community from the DMV area. We love and hope to continue the annual support we get from the county, the Arlington County. We're in the process. Again, I can't say enough things about Director Rudolph and her team and how great they have been. We're working with them on our MOU to make sure that this fair can continue on in perpetuity. And lastly, our continued look at sponsorships. So briefly, the Community Endowment Fund, I want to highlight this. This was a really great thing we were able to do because of how well we've done as a fair the past few years. So for the first time ever, we are giving away $5,000 awards to 3 Arlington charities. These charities are vetted. They're charities that give back directly to the Arlington community, and they're charities where that $5,000 can go a long way in helping them achieve their mission. So Latinas Leading Tomorrow, that $5,000 donation is going to help put 150 students out at college campuses for campus visits, helping them realize their dreams of attending college. The Center for Youth and Family Advocacy, we're helping fund their educational and peer training programs. And for the Arlington Free Clinic, we're helping them get a flexible endoscope, I think is how I say that, which will help them provide a service that was previously requiring Arlingtonians that don't have the ability to pay for these services or the healthcare to pay for these services to travel to UVA for treatment. So this is all really great ways in which we are trying to embed ourselves in the community and help the community where we can. I also want to highlight Mia, Megan, and Ketis. These volunteers have gone above and beyond for us year over year. Many of you probably know Ketis if you've seen him running around the county fair. All of these volunteers are getting a $1,000 award to go towards their leadership growth. So we don't put restrictions on that. We trust them that they'll make the right call on how they're going to spend that $1,000. Lastly, I'll finish with a brief story on the last slide here. So this is a story our vice chair, Tara, wanted me to share. It kind of highlights what we're all about at the Arlington County Fair and what we're trying to do. So Gloria here entered in the Mosaic Eeyore art exhibit into the competitive exhibits of the Arlington County Fair this year. Tara had the opportunity to judge this art project and gave it our Fair Theme Award for its texture and its inclusivity around our theme that year as a fair for all. Unbeknownst to Tara, that the day we were giving out the awards, Tara met Gloria and her son as they were trying to find parking in the ADA lot we had set aside out front. She helped them get into the event, and while waiting at the stage, was tapped on the shoulder to realize Gloria had just won her award. So Tara was able to bring her up, have her accept her award, and it just goes to show the connection that we have to this community, that the community has to this fair, and something we hope to continue on forever.
Excellent.
So thank you all very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Are there any brief comments that anyone has for Matt? I think we would love to have an extended discussion, but our agenda is packed today, but we'll get the top line comments.
Nothing extended, but saying a sincere thank you especially for two things. First of all, the fair has grown, and thank you for that. And at the same time, you have accomplished to really minimize the impact on Arlington Heights and the immediate neighbor, because I know how tight the quarters there are. So thank you for being so responsive. It was never a given, and it was really had to be earned. The second thing is, I don't know who to tell that. An event with 150,000 people over more than 3 days at a price point of $350,000, this is an accomplishment by its own right. This is absolutely amazing. Congratulations for that. And I know that this is on the shoulders of people who have been working very, very hard as volunteers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Talento.
I just want to extend my thanks for all of the work that you and your board have done to bring the fair to Arlington. It's one of my favorite times of the year. And I will tell you that this year I met a mother and her son who had come from Maryland to our fair and thought it was phenomenal. So it was just so exciting to be there and to partake in what feels like a small county fair in this amazing transient county that we live in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think the fair has always been a labor of love for people. When I came on, it was sort of struggling. I mean, it's hard to do what volunteer, I mean, it really is hard. And then Christian Dorsey came on board and said, I'm willing to work on this, and you came on board, and it just feels so much more stable right now. I think it's still a labor of love, obviously, but I think it's in a much better place. Congratulations and thank you. And I think we're going to be looking forward to lots of fairs in the future and bringing people from Maryland and lots of papers to come. So thank you to you and to Chair Dorsey for your work.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And let me just extend my personal thanks to Matt and team. It's really a phenomenal team. And, we as a county, even though we don't have a direct relationship in putting on the fair, obviously it is a partnership, but they really are doing the work to reflect Arlington County's good name. And I couldn't think of a better team in place with which to do that. You all are really, really rocking it, and all of the ways in which you're looking to grow. I love your level-headedness to be mindful of constraints and to recognize growth for growth's sake is not really the fair's direction. It's making sure that you can continue to manage what you do, but provide added value to the community. It's just really terrific. And I had a bright idea. I'm always coming to Matt with ideas, and I've got one more. And maybe this is for Ms. Rudolph, not to surprise you. This is just to think about. But maybe we could think about, one of the risks that we have is that even though it is a free fair, the signature attraction are the rides. And there's inflationary pressures on those rides. And so over time, those become more expensive. And maybe as we think about serving those in our community whose incomes are not elastic enough to deal with those increases, maybe we can think about working at least starting at the level of those who have qualified for fee reductions for DPR programs and figure out the budget authority, Mr. Schwartz, to provide them with some degree of reduced priced or free tickets so that we can make sure it achieves your vision of being a fair for all.
I love that idea, and
Thank you.
look forward to working with you on that.
Feel free to
Mark.
take it as yours.
Oh, it's recorded now, so I don't know. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm here if you ever need anything.
Terrific.
All right.
Okay, next I'll turn to Mr. Actually, before we do that, hold on.
Hot off the press?
So next on our agenda today is to consider some advisory group appointments. I will read the proposed appointments, and remember, this motion does not require a second. So to the Clarendon Alliance Board of Directors, I move that we appoint Jean-Hee Kim for a term ending December 31st, 2025. To the Economic Development Commission, that we appoint both Anthony Richard and Matthew Weinstein for terms ending December 31st, 2026. To the Roslyn Business Improvement District Board of Directors, that we appoint Rob Moss for a term ending December 31st, 2025. To our newly established Social Services Advisory Board, that we appoint Bill Benton for a term ending December 31, 2024. Brittany Walker for a term ending December 31, 2025, and Monica Lenser for a term ending the same time, and that we appoint Twyla Mack and Eden Russum for terms ending December 31st, 2026, and that we appoint Brian Marroquin for a term ending December 31st, 2027. And finally, to the Technology Advisory Commission, that we reappoint Frank Jazzo for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Is there any discussion on these proposed appointments? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Well, the ayes have it, 5-0. And congratulations to all of those.
4-0.
4-0. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Garvey, indeed. So congratulations to all of those newly appointed and the one reappointment that we have to our advisory commissions. All of you are doing a tremendous service to your county and to this board, and we appreciate your devoting your time to these efforts. And I'll have as a special note for the Social Services Advisory Board, the 6 members that we appointed have staggered terms. That is per the charter of that organization, so that as we are standing up the organization, we are not faced with the prospects of having turnover all occurring at the same time. All right. Next, I'll move to Mr. Karantonis for his board report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very happy report. On the beginning of December, I had the opportunity to assist, to be there at the opening of the Employment Readiness Program for persons with developmental disabilities. Next slide, please. The This is a center in Sequoia DHS, in the Sequoia building, that provides now activities and training to maintain and enhance functional skills, provides opportunity for community access, provides socialization, self-care and hygiene and eating, toileting, task learning and completion, medication management, and the use of community resources like transportation, for example, with the goal of achieving that our fellow Arlingtonians with developmental disabilities can actually be integrated in the workforce. And this is a very big achievement. Until very recently, until before we could open the center, more than 50% of the young the young students who would be leaving APS would have to go somewhere else in the region to find the same services, and now they can do that in Arlington proper. Next slide, please. There is quite some board work behind that, and funding is. We started in 2022 when we found out that 50%, or we realized how problematic it is that 50% of these individuals have to commute to day support programs in Fairfax and Alexandria and other places even further away from there. And then we use the budget process, Mr. Manager, to put some money where our mouth is and achieve the opening of this center here in Arlington. I'm extremely proud that we could achieve that so fast and with such effective, with such effectiveness, and we could deliver this December. Next slide, please. This is a photo of the opening. Everybody has, a smile on their face because everybody realized how important it is. I want to point out the Alison Hodges, who is in the middle of that, who is one of the first people who will be using the center there, who's an amazing young woman and who had until now not a possibility to find the same services in Arlington. She wants to be, a significant professional in gastronomy. And last slide, next one. This is a phrase that's very often said, that helping one person might not change the world, but it could change the world for one person. I think that the day support program for employment readiness for persons with developmental disability is an amazing testament to our commitment to continue to invest in what is needed in a different place of equity, which is enabling people with disabilities to participate fully in society. Thank you.
Thank you for that report and for that great work. It looks like I'm going to stay with you to move to your regional report, Mr. Karen.
Okay. That's a different report. Since we just have approved our Natural Resources Master Plan update, I thought it was a good idea to just update you on something that happened on the regional level. Next slide, please. So I had the honor to chair the Committee on Energy, on Climate, Energy, and Environment, the COG Committee, which has a subcommittee that for many years, since 2005, was focused on tree canopy initiatives. And this year, we have finally come to a place where where the subcommittee will have a proposal for the COG board coming in early in the next year, probably already in the January meeting of the COG board. Next slide, please. Next slide. The graphics to that is, what is a tree? And it's a Swiss Army knife. It does everything. It provides human health benefits. It reduces stormwater. It increases market values for homes. Actually, it increases employee productivity, improves air quality, you name it. Trees are really a significant part of our natural capital. We had some thorough conversation about this during our own local Arlington consideration of the master plan update, the Natural Resources Master Plan update. So this is actually propagating through the region. Next slide, please. And the considerations of the committee started with seeing where we gained and where we lost canopy in the region as a whole. I thought that these statistics and trends are significant. As you see, we here in Arlington between 2014 and 2018, we may have gained a little bit, but we are basically static. We committed to a significantly higher goal. But in general, the region is losing tree canopy, and this is not a good trend, for which now there is an appetite to formulate a region-wide goal. Next slide. Which is not still not completely set, but the proposal that is not expressed in the slide here is about 50%. 50% should be our long-term goal for tree canopy coverage in the entire region. That doesn't mean that every place will have to be 50%. It means that the average, the regional overall average will be around 50%. There are some counties in the outer periphery of the region that have already accomplished this goal. We are here working towards our fair share of compliance with this goal. And I think this will be a fascinating conversation in the next few years on setting achievable and policy adequate goals for the region on tree canopy coverage. So that concludes my report, actually. I was very happy to see that this coincided with our own conversation here in Arlington, and I am really looking forward to what happens next year when the COG board will actually operationalize that and issue a decision on what the goal should be.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that update. Any comments? All right, we're now ready to turn it back to the manager, who has a number of items under his report. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope I get the order right. I think we're going to start off with the ACFR, if that's not, yeah, okay, we are. Okay, I'm pleased to share that Arlington County government, well, we're going to hold on 1 second. Made it all the way to December without making a mistake. Here we go.
Take your time.
I'm sure it involves a government.
We're going to present the annual comprehensive financial report. So Eris Coleman, who's here from Clifton Larson Allen, is here to present the annual comprehensive financial report. And Karen Spence, our acting controller, Maria Meredith, director of DMF, along with Michael Stewart, are here, and they'll make a presentation and happy to answer any questions. So I'm going to hand it over to Eris.
So tell us, Mr. Schwartz, do you know why they changed it from the comprehensive annual financial report to the annual comprehensive?
I'm going to let Michael answer that question because I know he's a student of history. Michael? You're all set. Go ahead.
It's actually due to the pronunciation of the former acronym is problematic in many parts of the world. And so it was changed to be more culturally appropriate.
What fascinating. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good reason.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So now I'm intrigued by what it means.
Right. Maybe we should just have, do you want Eris to just start with a brief summary? Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for that question. Not many people knew it was ACFR and CAFR before. So We appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to have a little bit of your time and during your meeting. I know you have a packed schedule, so I will, say my piece and take any questions afterwards. So as you mentioned, I'm here to present the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. My name is Eris Coleman. I'm a director with CLA, Clifton Larson Allen for the long version. And we are the new independent auditors for the county and the schools. You had someone else here that wasn't me last year sitting in this seat, so I'm very honored to present today. And what I want to do is we just, the ACFR was released to the state within the state required timeline, so I want to present the results of that audit today to you. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead. All right, so the audit was issued a unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that we're allowed to give as an auditor. When we are looking at the audit, can I hold this, please? So you have 300 pages here, everyone can see it's a lot of information. And before I even go down the path of trying to turn a page, I want to give thanks to the finance team, and I'm remiss to say this a little bit later and not at the beginning. I work very closely, my team works very closely with Karen, and we work with Maria. And this 300 pages would not be possible because we have 3 pages. Out of all of this, the auditors are only responsible for 3 pages and all this information. And this is presented to the National Government Financial Association, who gives you guys a certificate to say that you are reporting in accordance with that guidance under accounting standards. So I want to say thank you very much. So when we're doing the audit, as I mentioned, we have a couple of standards because we are doing them in accordance with auditing standards. But then we have GAO, or government auditing standards, where we're looking at internal controls. In the state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, you guys have your APA, Auditors of Public Accounts, and we are required to incorporate some of their requirements into our audit. And our opinion is kind of a dual opinion in that, where we are doing government auditing standards, and we also are auditing in accordance with the APA specifications. And then the other part there is the audit of your financial, your federal awards. And that's done in compliance with OMB compliance supplement. It was called A133, it's called uniform guidance. But it all means that we basically are looking at the federal funding that is spent by the county, and we're taking a sample of the programs and we're testing them for compliance under federal regulations. Next slide. All right, so the process, kind of what we do. We spoke to some of you during the audit process, and that's where we're getting a feel for, we call it internal controls, the processes and procedures. We have some written manuals. We talk to make sure the written and the actual actually agree. And we do some other testing or comparison to make sure that the control environment is written one way, is actually being implemented that way, and is consistently being done. Then we look at this as a risk assessment. So once we have an idea of how the audit environment is, we now look at what are the riskier areas. One of the things I like to always mention when we talk about opinion is that we do not give 100% assurance that every number in this 300 pages is accurate. What we are saying is reasonable assurance, which means that we have, using risk assessment, using sampling techniques, and we've done this throughout the information that's presented here, and to where we can reasonably assure that the information is presented maturely in respects to accounting reporting standards. And then the last piece, as I mentioned, the 3 pages from us is the opinion, which is issued with the financial statements. Okay, the results, it was already mentioned, and you guys have a clean opinion. The highest level of assurance called an unmodified opinion. We also issue a GAS report, as I mentioned before, we do the audit in accordance with government auditing standards, and there are no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that I have to communicate with you today. We looked at 6 of the federal programs that are administered by the county. And with that was the SNAP program, which is generally called your food stamp program, your highway planning construction, Of course, we look at the COVID funding there for your SLURF funds or ARP, the Title I program, which is under the schools, as well as the Education Stabilization Fund, which is part of the schools as well, and then the Medicaid cluster. So there's a couple of things I want to communicate to you as governance that we are required to do. When you look at these financial statements, it's the area after the financials that basically it's summary of significant accounting principles. And if you look at that area, it kind of gives you a written guidance as to how the financial statements are presented. We like everyone to read that along with the MD&A here to kind of give you more of a general layman's term of the financial information. Also, last year, your auditor told you about 2 accounting principles that were implemented. He or she would have said leases, which is GASB 87, and then they had GASB 96, which was early implemented by the county. So this year, the schools, which is part of the financial reporting entity for the county, implemented 96. So what you see there, the accounting changes is not directly with the county, but it's indirectly through the schools. And they implemented SBITA, which is just subscription-based informational technology agreements. Estimates. So as part of the financial reporting world, every number is not actually an exact number. Some numbers are estimated based on different scenarios, other attributes, some environmental factors, and we call these estimates because you do not have a hard and fast way of getting to that number. And so the estimates, the most material ones that are in your financials are going to be the net pension or net OPEB liability or assets, and the related deferred inflows and outflows. They are based on actuarial information, and actuaries use different assumptions to gather that information and make their determination of the estimates. As the auditor, we look at that evaluation, we look at the credibility of that actuary, and we determine if those seem sound in accordance with just what's going on and just history and experience. The other one will be your self-insurance is incurred but not reported. It's called IBNR. There are claims that at some point in time, individuals may have gone to the hospital for care before the end of the fiscal year, and the billing process may not have been completed for the claim to be processed. So although that individual went to the doctor and was eligible to be submit a claim under your insurance provider, that information will not, that claim will not transfer to the county until after year end. And so you do have your healthcare provider does give an estimate on such claims that they think that the county at this time should record as a liability for those individuals who are in that scenario I just described. Next one. All right. So this is the easy part here. There were no difficulties in conducting the audit with management. There were no disagreements. We had a lot of conversations, even the day after Thanksgiving, but no disagreements. As far as proposed, corrected, or past adjustments, there was one adjustment that we recommended that the county did make. It was one of the lease receivables that was recorded last year under GASB 87. And when we took a look at that lease, we recommended that the county did not record that as a lease under GASB 87. It could just be a general lease, but not under that specific requirement. The county did their due diligence, and they agreed and made the adjustment. The adjustment was not material enough for us to raise the level of a material weakness or significant deficiency. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, and that has concluded my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. Are there any questions, colleagues? Yeah, sometimes, you know, when you get the good news, you don't want to ask any further questions. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you very much. We appreciate your review, and we also appreciate the staff team for being cooperative. But of course, we have come to expect nothing less, so thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I wanted to move on this afternoon. We're going to have 2 guests from the Racial Equity Group join us to virtually present a report on what we did was called, we did a racial equity assessment with the workforce, Arlington County's racial equity assessment. So I'm going to ask, I think, Samia and Amber are coming up here to give you some background on the topic, let them get settled in.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm happy to have joining us virtually Bird Guess and Renee Paulson from the Racial Equity Group. They are joining us from Texas, I believe. And so earlier this spring, we contracted with the Racial Equity Group to conduct a racial equity assessment to get a baseline metric of where the organization is, and specifically gauging employees' thoughts and perspectives on our work around advancing racial equity. And so this assessment is actually a follow-on step to the racial equity mindset training that we facilitated for county employees last summer. And Bird Guess, who is joining us, was the facilitator for that. And so while it may seem a little bit out of order to first do the training and then do an assessment, we had already been so far along on our journey, and we really wanted to take the time after we'd done the training to understand where employees might be with the work that we were doing and set us up for looking forward to how we might move forward from that training and what other things we might be able to do or need to continue to advance the work. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Guess and Ms. Paulson to share the report on the assessment along with some recommendations.
Okay. Thank you, Samia, for that introduction. And I want to just say it's a pleasure to be here with Arlington County and being able to share the results of the Racial Equity Audit Assessment Report. My colleague Renee is having some issues with flight delays today, so she's not able to attend. So I will continue on her behalf as well. So again, I'm very excited to be able to share this report as the county continues its journey for advancing racial equity for all stakeholders. So what I'll do is kind of go briefly through the results and be able to share where we are now on this journey as well. So now I will go ahead and move to our introduction page. So this is going to serve as our table of contents. This is what we call the Audit Assessment Report Roadmap. We're going to start off just with the introduction, and this is just really going to cover just some background information on what is the racial equity mindset framework, the approach, the methodology that we used, and why the county has really, what was the purpose of the county being able to do this, doing this work on their existing work. Then we will look into the executive summary, and this is where we will discuss some of the key findings of the respondents who participated in this survey, in this audit assessment. What were the demographics of those respondents, and how did the county score based upon the commitment to racial equity based on best practices. Then we will look at best practices and understand what the gap analysis are. What is the current reality? What is the baseline for the county in terms of racial equity commitment? And then compare that to best practices and reveal any gaps and where the county can look forward to setting goals as well as tracking its progress along the way. We will also end with some recommendations and next steps of this report. Keep in mind, this is just a snapshot of a full comprehensive report, but just to be able to maximize the time that we have here with the board, we're just going to share highlights from that report and our overall recommendations and observations. So racial equity for Arlington County government is really defined as ensuring that all stakeholders are served equitably. All stakeholders are served equitably, as well as employees having equitable opportunity and employment, procurement. So all of county's operations is there equitable opportunity for all stakeholders. Now, what we also wanted to do was that sounds great as far as how we define that, but we want to really compare that and measure that on evidence-based best practices. And I always like to say that, if you don't have data, then all you have is an opinion about what the current racial equity or the equitable environment looks like for any municipality. So there's 6 competencies that we wanted to measure the county on, 6 levels of commitment. Institutional commitment. This is just primarily looking to see, are there accountability structures in place? Is there dedicated talent and resources for racial equity? We also wanted to look at leadership commitment. We wanted to see and measure our department heads, managers, supervisors, are they taking ownership of racial equity? And how do you know people are taking ownership? Are they setting goals? Are they participating? Are they looking at data all throughout their departments to make sure that they are advancing racial equity for the county as a whole, just like they would in any other aspect of business operations for the county? Capacity building is another level of commitment where we know that the county by itself as an institution cannot advance racial equity alone. It's going to take partnerships with community organizations, professional associations, schools as well, to be able to have a shared purpose for advancing racial equity. So we look to see how strong and how many partnerships take place collaboratively with external stakeholders. Data and disparities. It's very hard to understand if you have inequities if you're not collecting the data, you're not tracking the data, measuring and monitoring the data to begin with by various demographic groups. Primarily for us, it's focusing on race, ethnicity. And then as well as belonging and inclusion and knowledge and competence. Belonging and inclusion is just measuring the employees' feelings of being valued, as well as being accepted and empowered within the organization. And then knowledge and competence. Do employees, are they aware of what biases are, what microaggressions are? Do they have the skill set to help the county advance racial equity in all of their respective departments and business units? Once we are able to develop questions, there's 34 questions that are tied to 6 competencies. And once those employees have answered those questions to the best of their ability on those 6 competencies, it's going to help us understand where the county falls on this continuum of racial equity commitment that you see here on a scale of 1 to 5. It'll tell us whether the county is a colorblind institution, cautious institution, compliant, or committed institution. And there are in the full report, you'll see extensive definitions for each one of these. But just to give you an example, a lot of organizations that start this work fall into a level 3 of a compliant institution, meaning they're very reactive. There was some type of incident that occurred, maybe some type of racial incident that occurred that an organization reacted by wanting to send everyone to sensitivity training or bias training. Committed institutions, they don't wait for incidents to occur. They proactively equip all of their staff in training on biases, cultural competence, as well as making sure that they're aware of blind spots in decision-making on policies and practices. Again, they're very proactive. They use data to be able to measure their progress. So we're going to look at the data and see and establish a baseline and a benchmark for the county on this continuum level of commitment. Now we'll move into our executive summary and key findings for some of the respondents. So between April and May of this year, earlier this year, we invited 4,500 employees to participate in the racial equity audit assessment. Of those, our participation rate was 42%. 1,891 employees reacted to the email invitation. And of that, our response rate is 81%. So of those 1,891, 1,523 employees actually started the assessment. But it doesn't matter how many start the assessment. When we're looking at valid statistical data, we want to know how many of those responses were considered valid responses. And our number of valid responses was 1,265 employees. That's almost a third of the total employment population for the county, which is a very solid valid response rate. That's what we look for more than anything when we're doing this analysis. If you can get 25% of employees to have to validly respond to a survey, that is a solid benchmark to look at. And the county got 33%, about 33, 34%. Now, when you talk about invalid response rates, what makes a response invalid? Sometimes employees will start a survey, but they will partially complete it. They won't fully complete the survey. Some employees go through a survey way too fast. We know the survey on average will take between 12 to 15 minutes, but some people just go through and check the box and they complete a survey less than 2 minutes. So we're going to invalidate that response. And then some are just too slow. They may started it but left it open for extended period of time, 2-3 hours for them to take the survey. We know, again, it doesn't take that long, but they just may have forgotten to finish it or complete it. So there's different ways that statistical methods that we use to invalidate response, so that we want to have the most accurate data as much as possible. So we'll go back to that slide for one moment. Yep. So when you think about what the respondents look like, so of those 1,265 valid responses, so we can see here, about almost 50% of them were female. So 48% female, you had 35% were male, and you had a large group, about 16%, that identified as unknown, or PNS stands for prefer not to say. And that's typical in every survey. We want to give people the option to not self-identify for a lot of different reasons. People want to have their confidentiality, their anonymity protected, especially depending on where they work. If there's not a large, diverse group of people in a particular department, people, again, want to protect themselves. Or if the culture, I could say a lot of things about the culture, but it's typical to see people not want to self-identify their demographics in surveys. For race and ethnicity, we can see that we are kind of diverse in terms of the respondents. We have about 36% of the respondents were white, 22.5% were black, and about 18% were unknown, prefer not to say. And then Hispanics, we had about 12.3%, Asians 5.6% as well. So good diversity in the respondents in terms of the race, ethnicity of the respondents. When we look at sexual orientation, we can see that 72.3% were majority straight or heterosexual. And then the second largest component was unknown or prefer not to say. And then age, we can see that we had a wide variety of different age groups who selected for their age demographic. Now, what was our level of racial equity commitment, aggregate overall commitment is what we'll call the score, because it's an aggregate score. Y1 stands for year one. The county is a benchmark of 3.88 for the aggregate score. Now, keep in mind, we also, when you're doing racial equity work, you want to make sure that you disaggregate and break it out by demographic groups as much as possible, so it's even more accurate. But when we look at just the overall score of commitment for year one is 3.88, which positions the county at a level of compliant on the racial equity continuum here of commitment. Let's dig a little bit deeper into what that score means, the aggregate results, and then we'll look at the disaggregated results. So as you can see, we have 6 competencies. You can see the score for each of those 6 competencies. And you can see our strongest score is knowledge and competence. So what this really entails is employees understand why racial equity is important. They know what racial equity looks like in their departments. They understand why the county should focus on racial equity. So on that scale of 1 to 5, we're at 4.16. Employees, that's our strongest competency. Our greatest opportunity, as we can see, is data and disparities. And it's really not a very low score, especially it just shows the amount of work that's already been done. The county has already built a very solid infrastructure prior to engaging with the racial equity group, and it shows in the scoring that we have here that we see now. But data and disparities is our greatest opportunity to keep building on the existing work and infrastructure that we've already built and created. We can see we're very strong in some other areas as well. Now, what we've done here, this slide has a lot going on this slide here, but what this slide will tell us is at the top you have 6 columns, and those are the 6 competencies that we measure racial equity on. And then below each of the 6 competencies, these are the questions. These are the 34 questions that were tied to answering the questions of whether or not how strong we were in our level of commitment. So when you see for institutional commitment, leadership commitment, all of the 6 competencies, you can see the individual questions that were asked, and you can also see what score each question was asked, the aggregate score of each question. Now notice these questions are color-coded, dark blue, light blue, and a very light blue. And what this tells us is what is the rating of the level of commitment. So anything that was rated less than a 3 is very dark blue, low commitment. As you can see here, we don't have any of the dark blues. The county has scores ranging from 3 to 3.74, moderate commitment, and greater than or equal to 3.75, high commitment. So you see we have high commitment in belonging and inclusion, as well as knowledge and competence within those areas. And so that, again, just kind of tells us still our greatest opportunity, as you can see under data and disparities, is where we have the greatest amount of moderate commitment. In data and disparities. So data and disparities is not just collecting data, tracking data, but making data transparent. We may be doing a lot of things behind the scenes in terms of racial equity, but employees may not know or may not see reports, may not see data on this, or may not be communicated in a way where employees are aware of what all we're doing. So that's one thing to really get some insights from this as well, is that we may be doing a lot behind the scenes, but employees just may not be aware of it, and so they're not able to answer the questions effectively. Now, watch what happens on this next slide. So this next slide is taking the same competency, the same questions, but what we've done is we want to see how much consensus there is by race and ethnicity. So in other words, now we want to see how white employees rated the county or evaluated the county on the 6 competencies. But we also wanted to see how employees of color evaluated the county on those same competencies and those same questions. Now, anywhere you see the questions that are outlined with a green border, this shows you that the race scores were similar. So whites and employees of color rated the county similarly for that particular question. Anywhere you see a red box with a red border, which is only one, this is where the race scores were different, and they were statistically significant in their differences. So for this particular one, when we asked the question, regardless of race, all employees have equal opportunity to advance, including good job assignments, promotions, and salary increases, there was some statistically significant differences between what white employees thought and what employees of color thought. And anywhere you see questions that are bordered with a yellow, have a yellow border, this is where they're marginal, meaning they're on the borderline from being race scores that are different. Okay, not race scores that are similar, but they're on the borderline, meaning they didn't meet the threshold to actually have a red border, but they were close. So that's also helpful, and it can be meaningful in terms of insights into some of those other areas. Now, I want to also show this data in a little bit more of a graph, a chart way, instead of just looking at all of the text. So this is still looking at race ethnicity consensus. What you see here is you've got the 6 competencies on the left, and you also have the different the bar chart here in the middle that shows the dark blue bar represents how white employees assessed the county for each of the 6 competencies. And you can also see how employees of color, the light blue bar right underneath, assessed the county for those same 6 competencies as well. And then you can see the gaps, how large the gaps are, and whether or not those gaps are what we call statistically significant gaps, meaning we probably would really want to pay attention to them and see what's driving them. So, excuse me. What you see here is that our strongest competency is knowledge and competence commitment. Here we see whites and employees of color pretty much very, very similarly agree in the meaning and the purpose of racial equity. They know what racial inequity looks like. They understand biases in social interactions, and there's very, very little disagreement for the questions related to this competency. But the largest statistically significant gap, 0.41, is leadership commitment. Now, the scores overall for whites and employees of color are strong, but the consensus gap is one thing that we look for when we do a racial equity audit assessment. We want to see, not that we need to have whites and employees of color agree 100% or very, very close on all of these different items, but we want to see where there are not statistically significant differences. That's one of the keys that we're looking for, as well as strong scores overall for each competency. And what probably really weighed this down was that one question, which I showed you on the previous slide, which talked about equitable opportunity in, advancement, promotions, compensation. The second largest gap was data and disparities. Was data and disparities. Where we see employees of color assess the county lower in those areas. Now, if you look at all 6 competencies, you will see that employees of color assess the county lower on all 6 competencies. Even though knowledge and competence commitments, the gaps are a little bit small, but you can see they rate it lower. But only 4 of the 6 competencies are statistically significant gaps, is what we can see there. So what this does is this modifies our overall commitment score from a 3.88 to a 3.61. Now, why is that? Because we're factoring in race and ethnicity consensus. We're not just looking at the aggregate community or the aggregate demographics of employees. We want to be able to factor in and see how people of color also assess the county and be able to give them a voice that actually modifies this score. Otherwise, it'd be a blind spot. We ask ourselves, hey, how does everyone feel? They feel included. They feel like they belong. Well, if the organization is can be largely homogeneous, so one particular group, the score or the results could be skewed. So it's important to break it out and disaggregate it by race, ethnicity. And so our year 1 score is actually 3.61, which again still communicates the amount of work that has really been done over the past few years to build this infrastructure that's going to help the county really continue advancing racial equity going forward. But now having a baseline to really assess and track our progress going forward as well. We're going to move down to looking at some of the racial equity best practices and the gap analysis. So this slide really illustrates the racial equity best practices. These are evidence-based best practices, and it tells us what the county's current status is for having these best practices in place. As you can see, so I won't read through all of these just to maximize our time, but there are things that we look for, again, that are tied to evidence that we know will move the needle to advance racial equity. And there's a legend here that kind of indicates what the status is. Either the county has not started this work, it's emerging, it's establishing, or it's reinforcing as well. And so having something like a dedicated position responsible for racial equity, that's something that's present, it's active, and we're reinforcing that. But it also shows that there are a lot of things that are either a lot of items, best practices that are partially in place, or the process for implementation has started. And again, it just shows that the amount of work that still is ongoing for racial equity work, but that the county, as you can see here, has established a lot of best practices, and they're either partially in place and continuing to build on those. What are the outcomes and next steps from this audit assessment? It's going to be to identify countywide each department's racial equity challenges and opportunities. Again, not using opinions, but using data from the audit assessment. So each department will have a discussion with the department's equity team, looking at their department and seeing out what they can do to help the county and contribute to advancing racial equity overall. So tracking our progress and improving our progress. And it's also going to help inform every department regarding their racial equity action plan, and help them develop a scorecard to track their progress. So now we have data to be able to help track that and have a baseline where we can track our progress going forward. And every department can contribute to it using data. Some additional recommendations for the county to advance racial equity based on the racial equity group, based on our observations from what the work we've seen the county do as a whole. When we look at advancing racial equity, we look at 4 domains. We look at services and programs. So our services and programs equitably being delivered to all residents. And when we look at service and programs, we want to make sure, do all residents and stakeholders have equitable access to service and programs? Is there equitable treatment when they obtain those services and programs? And is there equitable quality in the services and the programs they receive from the county? And we know the county has done a resident satisfaction survey in 2021. It may be something to consider to think about, were there any significant disparities between demographic groups that were either satisfied or unsatisfied with the services? So within that resident satisfaction survey, we broke it out by demographic groups, but has the county identified any significant disparities? Because those are inequities. When we see significant disparities between demographic groups, that's something to consider regarding the resident satisfaction survey. When it comes to employment, the county has made a tremendous amount of good faith effort year after year with its affirmative action report, something that we think you should definitely keep doing. One significant change that we would recommend is to disaggregate the category of minorities by race and ethnicity. That is truly a best practice by several federal agencies, including the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, to break it out by demographic group rather than just having all groups and just calling them minorities and then measuring whether or not there's adverse impact or what the disparities are for minorities. Remember, you can have blind spots when you do that. So it's good to break it out, see if there's adverse impact or inequities, and also see who's overrepresented and underrepresented in all different job categories. So we highly recommend for that to take place. Again, that will only help inform the county to be able to help advance its racial equity work more. The county's invested a lot in racial equity, so in order to see a return on that investment, these are things, recommendations that we think will only help the county advance more in terms of racial equity. Purchasing and procurement. Another domain we look at, the county is already in the process of doing a disparity study as well. That's a best practice. So we're looking forward to seeing the results of that, and that's going to really help in purchasing and procurement, because employment and purchasing and procurement are two of the greatest inequities that we've seen in our work all across the United States at federal, state, local levels, as well as the private sector. The last domain is representation of board and committee members. Does the county collect and monitor race ethnicity data on volunteers? Again, if we don't have the data, all we have is an opinion, and we can't determine if there are inequities in the representation of board and committee members. So these 4 domains, we continue to want to measure, monitor, and manage using data, and really measuring this with data is going to help the county get that return on the investment that it's made in racial equity, and really help the county ensure that all stakeholders are served equitably. And that will conclude our presentation, and I will turn it back over to our county leadership.
First, I want to say thank you to Byrd and Renee for their continued leadership and commitment to supporting us as we advance racial equity in Arlington County. And I also want to send our appreciation to the staff as our team wrapped up the assessment to share baseline metrics that will assist us in the next iteration of our work. The county has completed similar climate surveys in the past, but the racial equity assessment that we completed in April and May of 2023 focuses specifically on racial equity, and it directly aligns with the assess component of our strategic framework and goals, and serves as a baseline for us to not only see where we're starting from, but then becomes a springboard for goals and outcomes moving forward. At the start of the new year, the Racial Equity Group and I will be meeting with department directors, as Byrd said, and their respective racial equity core team members to review their baseline metrics and discuss recommendations for implementation of the action steps. And over the last year or so, departments have continued to normalize conversations about race and work diligently to organize their department equity teams that'll champion racial equity in their respective work areas. Again, both of those are in alignment with our strategic framework. We are moving toward operationalizing, where we'll use this disaggregated data shared in the assessment to identify racial inequities and disparities that can be addressed through our policies, programs, projects, and processes. Following these one-on-one meetings, the Office of Race will provide support and technical assistance to departments as they develop and implement their racial equity action plans, much of which we'll be sharing more information about when we meet with those departments in our one-on-ones. And we really look forward to and are very much excited about our continued progress. So I'll turn this back over to our county manager for any closing remarks he may have on our commitment to racial equity.
Well, sure. Thank you, Amber and Samia. And as Samia is moving on to her new position at CPHD, I'll be back to you at the beginning of the year. I've talked to each of you about what this means for our racial equity efforts. It doesn't mean we're going to be stopping them. We're committed to them. We're coming up on the 5th anniversary of the equity resolution. Talk to each of you about that. There's a lot of data in here. We made a lot of progress. We have a long way to go. So back to you, Mr. Chair, if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'm sure we have a couple of questions or comments. Vice Chair Garvey?
Yeah, thank you. 2 questions, one general. I assume we'll do this again. How often should we do this survey? And I wish we'd done it 5 years ago, to know where we'd gotten.
I can refer to Bird on this about best practices for how often we should conduct a survey like this. So Bird, if you could respond here.
Yes, I can respond. That's a great question. I would say that, okay, sorry about that. Yes, so typically we say within 12 to 18 months. It gives an organization time to be able to, okay, we've got the results. Now we can start to put in some practices and be able to measure our results. So I would say with the county, I would say every 12 to 18 months would be a good rule of thumb for tracking that progress, just because you already have a solid foundation.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Yeah, I would think maybe a little more like 18 months, because just knowing how slow institutions and groups work. So that's great. And then one other, I should know the answer to this question. Does the county board office have an equity action plan?
The county board office can have a racial equity action plan, so we have a meeting scheduled with the board office as well, either in January or February, to talk through that.
Excellent.
And we'll be sharing, our office has created a template to support with the development of that plan.
Well, I'll need to talk with my colleagues, but I really think I'd like us to have one for next year. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Lento?
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I had a clarifying question. The Hispanic and Latino community I saw was broken down, but when we started to, and maybe this is for Mr. Byrd, when you start to break down between people of color and white employees, where is the Hispanic Latino community in that category?
It's not disaggregated.
I'll defer to Byrd on that.
Yes.
You're available.
Yes, that's another great question as well. So we look at people of color, but if you look in the full report, we actually will break it out by demographic groups. So you'll see white, black, Hispanic, Native American, Asian as well. That as long as the population is enough, where we don't compromise confidentiality or anonymity. So if the organization had a very small amount of people of color, a small amount of black or Hispanics, we would combine them into a people of color category in order so people can't be singled out in a sense. But with the county, you'll see it broken out by demographic group as well, and you'll be able to see that data for each of the questions. You'll see how Hispanic, how Asians, Native Americans, how they all assess the county for all those different areas as well.
Okay.
This was just a highlight.
Thank you. So in the data that you presented today, when you were referencing the white staff members versus the people of color staff members in the data results, were the Hispanic and Latino community coupled in with the white staff workers, or were they coupled in with the people of color staff workers?
Yes, Hispanics are with the people of color.
Okay, thank you, because I know that's been something that every different agencies have done differently because of how the census has now changed the Hispanic community to an ethnic group versus a race. So that's very helpful as we analyze this. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karen Ponis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was really insightful, I have to honestly say. We left it in April when we had our general assessment, and we were actually talking about the same things, but it's now I have to say it's not surprising, but I'm not overly thrilled to see that race makes a very big difference in how we self-assess. So, and it's so consistent and blatant and in our face. I mean, this is really a takeaway for me that is critical. And I see also that there's another bold takeaway that what we have in general knowledge, it doesn't seem to penetrate in the other instances and criteria, especially in the leadership. So when you are, my question here is, when you're going back to departments, you know how, you know the map now. How are you going to tackle the leadership versus the general awareness and the other criteria? Because I believe that these are two different levels of interventions here. There's also two different types of employees, frankly.
Absolutely.
And probably also racially very different types of employees, because one thing that they haven't seen there, and maybe our rapporteur here can help us, what is the actual make of demographics of our leadership personnel compared to our general personnel?
So I'll start with the first part of that question. I think what will be helpful in moving the needle in some of those other areas that we've looked at for some of those other indicators is really where we are now is the operationalizing piece, right? So we continue to normalize, we continue to have conversations about race. Departments have organized their department equity teams, and so they've got a group of folks who are championing this work, ideally in their department. And so now we're moving to a phase where we have this baseline data, and we're able to share that with them in those one-on-one meetings and get them to a place where they're starting to develop those racial equity action plans. And in those plans, we can use some of these baseline metrics to start to develop actions and outcomes, goals and outcomes to move the needle in some of those areas where we have opportunity to do that. And so I think really speaking intentionally and honestly about where we have opportunities, and for each department that may look different, but really having those conversations on the front end and supporting them, our office supporting them with how they develop those plans to be able to address some of those things. And so that's where I think if you have anything to add there, Samia, but that is my initial thought, is how we cultivate the conversation around the way that departments are building those plans, and making sure that those things are tangible, they are able to be achieved, right? We're not shooting for the stars, but we really want to make sure that these are things that we're able to do, and things that we're able to achieve as they're building those plans out.
I'll also just add that the structure for those meetings, having the department director, i.e. representing leadership, with the department equity team, which is not typically leadership, will help to also, I think, bridge that gap in understanding what the competencies are, what the data is showing, and then be able to, as Ms. Barnett said, translate that into the action plans when we understand where each department is in terms of their leadership, and then what the staff has identified as areas of difference, if you will, through the data to make that connection there in those meetings, I think will be really important. And I think Bert could probably speak to the demographic breakdown for the leadership within the survey results if he has that information.
The demographic breakdown. Now, was the question wanting to know what is the demographics of just the leadership of the county, or just the demographics of leadership for people who took the survey? Just want to make sure I was clear on the question.
Well, in that case, because most of the data is about the people who took a valid survey, so let's keep it consistent with that and answer the question about the demographics of those who actually responded meaningfully this survey.
Oh, okay. Yes. So when there is going to be a slide in that, but I can share some of that with you now, where you'll see it broken out by what are the demographics of the respondents who were staff, and then what were the demographics of the respondents who were managers and supervisors. Now, I could if you would like to, I can. I don't know if I can share that, or I can just give you the percentages.
Just the number if you have them handy, and if you don't, it's okay. We will
Sure.
receive the full report, and we will be able to read that, and the public will be able to read this as well.
Yep. So of the 375 who said they were a manager, 20% were women of color, about 25% were white women, and 20% were white men. 14% were men of color, and we had a 10.7% were unknown race and gender. And then below, and then we had 3% that were also unknown. So we had a lot of unknown race as well as unknown race and gender.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. That's it makes it even more intriguing. And I have to say, one of my takeaways from your amazing work until now was the effectiveness and the brilliance of having departmental race equity teams. And I was really expecting that these would help, to kind of homogenize these results. But here it is. It is far tougher than we anticipated, apparently. So thank you for providing this insight tonight.
Thank you. Do you have another thing, Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I just wanted to, I forgot to mention, is also focused on the data. Thank you for this work and this really wonderful report. I think that this type of data and information is how we do improve and get to the excellence that we seek. But I want to make sure that we know we've done some amazing work here. And thank you for your leadership in that. And thank you, Bird, for bringing this information to us. Thank you.
Thanks. Question for you, Mr. Guess, if you're still with us. Can you talk a little bit more about one of the best practices for communities to have some sort of a target goal as it relates to race and equity goals within departments that's tied to either employment bonuses or salary? Can you speak a little bit more as to why that's a recommended best practice?
Yes, I can. So one of the things that's really critical, and it's also just for leadership as well. I'm sure you all have heard the phrase, what gets measured gets done. Mm-hmm. We like to say what gets measured and monitored keeps getting done. And so when you look at the research, and we look at research from Frank Dobbin from Harvard University, Don Thomas Scobie from University of Massachusetts, who've been tracking public and private sector organizations since the 60s on how they've been able to change and advance racial equity, out of a suite of best practices, one of them is making sure that leadership performance is tied to in the private sector. You have bonuses and things like that. In the public sector, you may not have actual bonuses being given out to depending on some municipalities. I know some can be for some municipalities depending on their policies, but just making performance appraisals and evaluations, having those include racial equity is important and critical. And the reason why is people will focus on, and people will tend to separate racial equity work from quote unquote their real work. My real work is what I get evaluated on from my boss. If I have time to do the racial equity things, I'll have some time. But if not, I'm going to focus on what my real work is, what I get evaluated on, and what I think my boss is looking at. And a lot of times, the biggest challenge we see is when people separate those. Racial equity goes on the shelf, and it becomes very stagnant. But if I'm measured on it, it's in that appraisal, or my bonus or compensation is tied to it, then it's something that I have to do. It's part of my performance. It's just how I do business as in my business unit.
Thank you for that detail. Initially I see the pay thing and I think, well, that can be gamed pretty easily, but your further detail, I think, not only gives us a roadmap for the public sector, but also I think reveals really the true meaningful part is integrating these goals or expectations within, one's core employment relationships, whether they be annual work plans, job descriptions, or the like. That's really the way to get at what at least I heard you saying.
Yep, and I'll say one more comment to that as well. As you're right, the system can still kind of be gamed somewhat depending on what goals are set. So you use the data to set the goals, because otherwise I could set very unmeaningful goals
yes.
As well. So making sure that, and having a equity officer or an equity team to set aspirational goals based on data.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry we don't have a chance to get more fully into the crosstabs and everything here, but I do appreciate your presenting this work. And, hopefully as we go about integrating this with the discussions with departments, we don't default to what many people do when they are audited or scored, and that is focus on why they didn't get the maximum, and instead look at it, as Ms. Talento said, as an opportunity to understand where you are, so that you can actually have some not only aspirational but achievable goals moving forward. So thank you again. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samia and Amber. For everybody out there, I'm pleased to share with you that the Arlington County government has its 2023 annual report posted on our website, and you can go to the county manager's page and take a look there. We do this every year, and I'm not sure how many people read it, but it's 65 pages filled with a summary of all the work that we wrote about, not all the work we did. So it's just a sampling of what we did. And I again want to thank all county staff for their work on that. Now, some county staff that I want to also thank you are Jeremy Carpel and Pete Hill, who are sitting in the last row here, because I'm going to do my favorite words as I conclude my report, where I say, roll the end of year video. So let's do that.
Housing remains our central challenge.
And we turn up the volume too, that'd be cool.
We were just playing. We're going to do take two.
We want to start again. Okay, let's hit pause. Okay. We're going to start again.
Housing
There we go.
remains our central challenge.
Our first speaker is...
Good morning, board members.
We are the change that we see. Thank you so much.
We are adjourned.
It is a real privilege and honor to congratulate you as fellow New Americans.
It's been an honor. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Art Spiegelman.
We're moving to the last 2 segments of the Columbia Pike Multimodal Street Improvements Project. The first 5 segments have already been completed.
Every person in this home will be a contributing member of society, and we want to make sure that the local community is aware of that.
The ayes have it. Thank you very much. This is damn good, and I am so proud of this work. We have a lot of soul, and we're willing to have those stories known throughout our communities.
In my shop, everybody is equal.
This is exceptional, and I am incredibly proud of the work that you all have done, so thank you. Is that all, Mr. Schwartz?
That is all for now.
Wow, wow. And now my children have heard me curse on TV. So beautiful. Now, with that, the board is now going to be in recess until approximately 6:45 p.m.
But don't anybody go. And I think we may have some other people. Mr. Schwartz, I was going to ask you to sort of start us off here. We've got a few transitions going on, a few people. Thanks. Sit the way
Can
you.
we stretch for a minute?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Just for a minute.
You're right. No. We absolutely should stretch, especially the awardees. But you can't leave.
I'm just getting warm.
All right. All right.
Hydration is part of.
Hydration's important. Yeah. People are welcome to sit up closer if they'd like. Don't feel like you have to sit way back there.
Hello, family. Hello. How are you?
It's you. It's you.
They drove over with me.
Protocol, the vice chair has absconded with the gavel. People would please come and just sort of sit down, and we've got a few recognitions and things to do and say. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. And I was going to turn it over to our county manager, who's going to kind of kick us off here for the moment. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, individuals in charge of the coup, who took power at the appropriate moment. I wanted to offer a few comments for Tanya Talento, who is here on the dais. My remarks will be brief, much like Tanya's tenure on the board. So it really, and I mean this quite sincerely, it's really unusual for staff who work for the manager to come up to me after briefings with board members and say, wow, can we do more? Well, that is exactly what I heard starting in July. And the comments I heard, and obviously which I've known Tanya for many years, but staff who got to meet her said the degree of insight and hard work and thoughtful curiosity you brought to your work, along with the fact that you really know what it takes to succeed as an elected official, made our work with you an absolute joy. And the incidental fact that you had a full-time job on the side made it that much more impressive. So I know someone once said that it's not what you do, but how you make people feel that stays with them. And I, for one, speaking for myself, wanted to say, and for the others who can't be here today, that we simply make us feel joy. And we are going to miss you, and we know you're not going to be silent as you return to be a strong member of our community. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, a few more comments about Ms. Talento, I think. Mr. Karantonis.
I will. So, at the bottom of accounts, it's an amazing feeling that, and you are the living proof that Arlingtonians can always step up, and they are absolutely excelling, and they can do the job and everything to serve their community. You really represent the quintessential public servant. And you had plenty of opportunities, 6 short months, to actually prove that to everybody, not only to me. I will say again, that's the first Latina to serve in this seat. And this is a big and certainly deserved, but also an intentional first. Soft-spoken, principled, and analytical. This is what a wise Latina should be delivering, and you delivered. There is this American term that we learn, among the many things that we get as immigrants, doing good work, get good work done. And this is who you, the Honorable Tanya Talento, is. You helped us really in this office to serve this community in an amazing way. You also belong to this class, and we have 2 of these elected officials today here who will be bidding farewell. These are your public servants whose capacity can be only described as a Swiss Army knife. Sometimes I really joke, and you never heard that, but I will say it today, that you should have a second last name, Tanya Talento Polivalente, multi-purpose. I had little doubt of your thoughtfulness, the emotional intelligence that you approached so many things in 6 months. This is where I hope that we convinced you that it's really a stressful job, having a second job on top of that. So all in all, these words, the famous words that we say, have a whole new meaning for me by bidding very well from this function. And expecting to see you in this function again. Thank you for your service, Tanya Talento.
Chair Dorsey.
Thank you. I don't know if everyone appreciates how difficult a job Tanya had, at least compared to everyone else. Mr. Karantonis had some special circumstances by which he came to the board, but for the rest of us, it kind of looks like you win an election and you have this period before you actually assume office, and you can use that time to prepare, get your affairs in order, get set for the commitment of public service. Tanya got none of that. She was appointed and then was expected to be ready from day one with the thing that was on our docket, the consequential Langston Boulevard area plan, something for which not only was there a deep amount of technical information that she had to absorb, but everyone in the community wanting a piece of her to influence her opinion and direction. And she accepted it all without complaint. And by the time it came to our considering the plan, it was like she had been on the board for the many years that had been considered. And that's typified Tanya over these 6 months, ready from day one. And if you followed our board meeting on Saturday, you know that she's actually got a body of work that is going to take her till the very end. And so it has been I have admired watching how you have dealt with the most unique of circumstances, with good cheer always, the industriousness that I've known you to have for the entirety of the time that I've known you, going back many years. And it has been just a pleasure to call you a colleague. You have been a valued member of this team, and I cannot believe that it's only been 6 months that you have been a part of this whole thing that we do, because it was seamless at the beginning, and I'm certainly going to miss having the opportunity to carry that forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Tanya, I knew you could do it because you were on the school board. I know what that takes. I do. And then you and I served together. We were both chairing. You were chairing the school board, and I was chairing this board during the pandemic. I knew you could do it. I knew it was going to be hard. And you actually didn't make it look hard. You didn't. I really appreciate everything. And you come with such sensitivity and brought the whole background that you bring, and ability to speak Spanish and connect with people in our community that others of us are not quite as capable of connecting with. I mean, that was really valuable. And I know you're not going to take that away and disappear, because I've got you. I've told people on speed dial. Some people know what that is. I mean, you're not going away, and we'll still call on you. I know you'll still stay involved, because that's who you are. Thank you so much for stepping in, pinch hitting. I mean, what a job pinch hitting. It was absolutely seamless. As Christian says, it feels like you've been here forever. In a way, you've been a long-term colleague. We're going to miss you terribly, but as they say, I got you on speed dial. We're going to do lunch. We're going to stay in touch. I have a few little tiny things to give you, and then I'm going to let you have the last word on this, okay? All right. First, I have this lovely.
It's just a pillow to rest on.
Oh my God. So neat. We know you like plants, and it's the holidays.
Ooh, beautiful.
Isn't that pretty? I think it's pretty. And I think she's good with plants, so she won't kill it. It's great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is beautiful.
Correct. Last word. Ms. Tillett.
Well, that was a little unexpected, especially for such a short stint. But so just thank you for the kind words that all of you shared with me. I greatly appreciate that. I have to really thank Katie Crystal for taking on a wonderful opportunity that opened up this opportunity for me, and for her considering me to be thrown into the hat of possible people to serve in this appointed place. It is overwhelming to hear all of that, but it's been an honor and a privilege to serve Arlington in this capacity, and to be able to bring the experience and the work that I do in the community to this role, and to have served with Takis and Libby and Christian and Matt, who I had the privilege of serving with in my role as school board. What an extraordinary opportunity to do this. And I just can't thank you all enough for having the trust in me to step in and try to continue good governance through the end of the year, especially trying to fill the roles of you, Katie. That was that was daunting in itself. But just a big thank you for having trust in me to fulfill the duties of a county board member for such a short period of time. It's really been an honor and a privilege, one of many in my life, but a really special one. And Libby, just so you know, I have orchid plants at the house. I've had one for about 8 years. It just passed away. Ooh. So thank you for this orchid. I'm looking forward to bringing it home and caring for it and serving as a reminder of this wonderful time. Thank you all for being here.
And now, continuing with the coup. We have a number of notable folks here that I'm going to introduce before we kind of move into the next part of our program, and I hope I don't miss them because my eyes don't work great, and there are a lot of you here in this room. And let me start with state representatives. I think do I see anyone from the General Assembly? Rip, where are you? You're hiding. Yes, Delegate Rip Sullivan, thank you so much for coming. Some others may be joining us. I don't know what, there's traffic, there's things going on, but thank you for being here. And do we have anyone from the city of Alexandria? A couple of council members were thinking of coming. I think not here yet.
They're busy. They got a lot going on.
Yeah. That might be worth running away from and taking a little break, though. All right. And I know from Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, we have Supervisor Rodney Lusk. Rodney, thank you so much for being here. Prince William, we were having some folks maybe coming from Prince William, but not here yet that I see. Our own school board, I've seen board member Bethany Sutton is here. Bethany, thank you. And I don't know if our chair, Christina Diaz-Torres, has made it yet. She's probably going to be here later. Any electeds? Oh, I do want to, former electeds. Jay Fassett is here. Jay, former board member, chair. Any other current electeds, formers, don't be shy. Somebody tell me, have I missed somebody? Who are we pointing at? Katie. Well, Katie, but I'm about to introduce her. Yes, that's right, that's right. Katie, as always, is in a special category. And Maureen, our newest member-elect. There you are, Maureen. Thank you so much for joining. Maureen Coffey. All right, other than Katie, we're good? All right. Now, we have some special speakers here, too. And the first guest speaker is Katie Crystal, who was basically, I think we call her running mate with Christian, right? And served on the board with us for almost 8 years. Katie, please come up and share a few remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, co-leader Garvey. I appreciate the warm welcome back. And I know Christian will indulge me if I take just a minute to say Tanya and join others in recognition of your extraordinary work, and to know that the county has been in your calm, thoughtful, broad-minded hands, along with colleagues over the last 6 months, has been a great joy on my part, and I'm very grateful as a constituent for your service. So, Mr. Dorsey, I consider it one of the most fortunate outcomes of my life that there were 2 open seats in 2015. In part because had there not been, I wouldn't be here. Christian would be, but I wouldn't. And that is not some kind of post-electoral counterfactual prognosticating. The truth is, if I had had to run directly against Christian Dorsey, the first time I saw him speak to announce his candidacy to the Arlington Democrats, I would have tucked tail and ran. Because like everyone who first hears Christian speak for the first time, I was dazzled. The baritone, the presence, and also how smart he was immediately present from jump. Your knowledge of the county, your content knowledge, but also the way you applied that insight. I still remember you talking about the need to think about transit corridors north and south as well as east and west. Maybe perhaps we might have done a little more on Glebe Road now that I'm commuting there. And that brilliance was so borne out as we had the chance to campaign together. You always knew the substance of the answer, no matter how hard the questions were from constituents. And when you didn't know the substance, you still knew the right answer. I was reminiscing with Christian recently, whether he remembers this or not, being at a a meeting of an HOA in Pentagon City in 2015, and they asked this stumper of a question about their desire to underground the utilities. And I was totally back on my heels. I wasn't sure if it was Dominion. I didn't know if it was the county. I thought, thank God Christian is here because he's going to have an answer. And he opened his mouth and he said, that's a great question. I'm going to let Ms. Crystal speak to it first. One of the other things that has been a real joy, or was a real joy of serving with Christian, was watching him rise regionally. And I know that you're going to hear more from colleagues about that. I think the representation from around the region shows that. It reminds me of watching your favorite player from your local team make the national team and play in the World Cup. You know their moves, you've seen them up close, you know their skills, but all of a sudden they're on this extraordinary stage and they have so many more fans. And being able to just see how Christian represented Arlington, represented all of us on the board, and represented the best of regionalism has been an enormous joy. And then finally, one of the reasons I'm so grateful that there were 2 open seats in 2015 was because it has led to one of the most meaningful professional relationships and friendships of my career. I was delighted to learn that Christian was Jewish because I both love a good pun, the Jewish Christian, and because it was an opportunity to meet your extraordinary family, whom I adore, over Shabbat dinner early, I think, in getting to know you. And I also think, Christian, you embody one of my favorite Jewish traits. In addition to, repairing the world and welcoming the stranger, you really embody the idea of argument as a love language, which I think is a very Jewish trait. Sometimes you give the platitudes, we may have arrived at different conclusions, but I think we're coming from the same place. And one of the things I enjoy so much about working with Christian is that the inverse was true. We'd arrive at the same place, but having taken very different paths to get there. And I loved being able to sharpen my understanding and points of view by arguing with you, sometimes maybe to the chagrin of our colleagues or county manager. But it is one of the joys of working together. I just wanted to conclude by sharing, I think, one of my favorite things about working with Christian. There is just nothing better than the moment that realizing Christian's on your side, because he is going to bring his truly insane intellectual horsepower and his political skills to whatever it is you're trying to do. And I think about that whether it was the site plan conditions with Virginia Hospital Center or trying to figure out how hard to push and how to negotiate labor conditions on the Amazon sites. That feeling of talking to Christian, putting down the phone or walking out of a room and thinking, this is going to happen because Christian Dorsey is on the side here. I just count myself so lucky for the ability over the past 8 years to be, as was the case to my great relief in 2015, not your competitor, but your teammate, and to be your teammate throughout. I am so proud to know you, my friend. I'm so grateful to your service to Arlington County, and I'm so glad to be maybe a small part of celebrating your extraordinary contributions today.
Is this allowed?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Hugs are always allowed in situations like this. Thank you. Next up, Krista Jones. Krista knows Christian because she worked as his aide and learned a whole lot and went on to far better things, I think, in many ways. And I really appreciate you coming, Krista. And you probably have some very interesting insights because you had a different relationship for any of us with Christian.
Well, thank you so much, Libby. And I know that I was definitely invited here today because I was able to work with Christian in the county board office as his aide. But I actually had been very familiar with Christian's work long before he was on the county board. So I can't remember when exactly I met Christian, but when I first moved to Arlington, I started an organization to encourage more African Americans to run for office. And in doing research for that organization about candidates in Arlington and across the state, I obviously came across Christian's previous runs for office and his community work. And I have to say, in doing work with leaders for the past 20 years, Christian is such an example of someone who stands out in Virginia, as someone who has gone above and beyond, be able to translate his work as a community leader into serving in elected office and being recognized as a leader in the region. Your presence and your work has been extraordinary for all of Arlington and across the region. And while Christian's influence and impact obviously extends beyond the African American community, We can't ignore how powerful representation is with Christians' service in Arlington. I can only imagine how many young African Americans have been inspired to pursue a career in politics because of Christians' example. In 2018, I was hired to be your aide, and I truly felt honored to be able to work beside you as someone who I had researched and kind of known in the community from a distance, even though I hadn't had the opportunity to spend much time with you. You always treated me like an equal colleague and gave me the opportunity to learn as much as I wanted to about county board processes, the county board agenda, and community engagement. My time in the county board office was a learning experience, but you also allowed me to bring my experience and knowledge to the role, and for that I will always be grateful. So I want to say congratulations to you, Christian, and thank you for all that you have given to our community. I'm looking forward to what barriers you will break and the history you will continue to make moving forward. Thank you.
Next up, Chuck Bean, who is the former executive director of the Council of Governments, where Christian has done a whole lot in his 8 years here. Mr. Bean.
Rhonda. Well, I've known Christian before he was a county board member, before I was the executive director of COG. So I think this is the segue to the roast part of the. But I'm not here to talk so much about roasting Christian or about Arlington, but about the regional impact that Christian has made. And my memory ain't what it used to be, so I got a little device that maybe Mr. Schwartz can help me with. I got 5 letters. I'm going to give them to you, all right? So the first one is letter A. Just hang on, maybe write these down. A. And that is Amazon. So I'm going to say that this was the pinnacle of regional collaboration on an economic development collaboration in the 100+ years of Arlington and the 2 centuries of this region. Everybody wrote letters like they'd never written before. Mayor Bowser and County Executive Alsobrooks and Mayor Wilson. And Christian was a part of that from the COG perspective. And the mantra was, if one wins, we all win. Well, at the same time, Christian was chair of the board at that time, and Arlington won. And how did he do it that Arlington was so happy and the rest of the region was so happy for Arlington? Great skill set. Thanks, Christian. H. H is for housing. So the impact that Christian has made on this region at the Council of Governments and, of course, in Arlington. So go back a few years, and I think at a COG retreat, Christian was the interviewer of the planning director from Minneapolis, the first city in the country that took that step towards upzoning and making housing more possible. Christian was part of the ambitious regional housing targets, not just a part of it, but extending the board. I remember a specific board retreat. Well, we've done the technical analysis, and of all the housing that's projected over the next 25 years, 68% can be in the right place close to transit. Is that the target we should shoot for? And Christian really bringing everybody up. We can do 75%. Let's go up to that higher level. So that was notable for Christian. Can we stretch? E, equity. Christian, I don't think I'll ever forget the poignant moments when you, Robert White from the district, Derek Davis from Prince George's County as the 3-person chair, executive committee of the COG board, wrestled with equity, what we should say, and I think building on COG's core plan for the region forward, a generation before led by Jay and others, prosperity, accessibility, livability, sustainability, equity. How can equity be embraced through all that? So that lifted that up into COG's plans. A is for a dedicated funding source for WMATA. It was a big deal, never been done before. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. And P. Well, Christian, I learned that last week you received the Skull Award. And very proud of that, happy that that could happen. And I didn't have anything to do with it, which makes me even happier that you got it. So that P stands for poster child for regionalism. So, Mr. Schwartz, can you read back those letters? What do we have?
We have a heap. No, we have A-H-E-A-P.
You got it. All right. So, audience, can you help me with a punchline here? Got A. What was that again? A-H-E-A-P, a heap, right? All right, you repeat after me. Thank you, Christian Dorsey.
Thank you, Christian Dorsey.
You've done, a heap, get it? A heap of good for Arlington, and the region. We thank you.
Thank you all so much. And I think a few electeds that I should recognize may have slipped in. I saw Delegate Alfonso Lopez. I think Alfonso. And did any of our regional friends make it yet, other than at the moment? No? All right. Thank you very much. So now I'm going to turn it back for a moment to Mr. Schwartz for his remarks.
Thank you.
This won't go on forever, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you very much. One of the truths about local government is that the work we do is essential. So essential, in fact, that when done well to the highest degree of our capability, it becomes quite possible for our fellow Arlingtonians to completely miss it. So I think that if I were to go out to one of our parks right now and ask a fellow walking his dog, what should I tell Christian Dorsey as he begins his next great chapter after nearly a decade of service, I might hear, who is Christian Dorsey? And if whoever's asking me this question, if you're here from the county, why aren't there more dog parks? That's a ringing endorsement in my book. So speaking for myself and the many dedicated county employees, we clearly see Christian's years of leadership and service. So with his leadership, the public saw how he guided the board to adopt the economic performance and land use entitlements for Amazon's headquarters in Arlington, reshaping our business sector and the region for years to come. What they didn't see, and what I did see, was his persistent, thoughtful, and brilliant persuasion of the Commonwealth, Amazon, his colleagues, and staff that embracing Amazon need not be the end of our community's values, but rather a way to enhance them. Protections of workers on Amazon projects, and dedicated funding for affordable housing and a commitment to the best environmental practices were hammered out in tedious, lengthy, and often fraught meetings. His ability to keep a focus on the main goals while making each person he talked to feel heard and appreciated is one of the critical reasons why it worked for Amazon here in Arlington when it didn't work in New York. It was also in this chamber more than 4 years ago, while speaking about the passage of the equity resolution, that Christian said, and I'm quoting, "The pervasiveness and the systemic nature of inequity throughout our society means you can't just pick and choose where you want to make a difference. You have to actually make that difference enterprise-wide, community-wide." Your voice spoke the hard truth of the history of Arlington and gathered the threads of Arlington's land use tapestry and rewove them into a new pattern that hopes to keep the best of what we have while allowing new people to realize the dream of home ownership. Christian and the members of the board took a leap of faith in hiring me as manager back in 2016. Almost 8 years later, one thing is absolutely clear to me. Any leap is fraught with danger. But the leap I took was done with a literal safety net beneath me. This net, which included the board, staff, and those in the community, had as one of its main architects Christian. Simple things that few would know or appreciate. Christian's persistent and kind questions asking how I was doing, and his ability to not only ask questions, but give advice, his ability to listen to me as I juggle challenges of how to follow directions from 5 county board members, which meant 15 or 16 different directions at the same time. I did want to end my comments with what I hope is the highest praise I can give any public official. Often during long meetings, whether in this room or with members of the community or staff, one's attention can wander. Do you want to know what level of Candy Crush I'm on? There are a few people who I literally will stop my multitasking and look up and listen to. And Christian, you are that person. Your words, your voice, your logic are captivating, compelling, and hopeful. While I often knew what you might say, the way you said it lifted my spirits and made me proud. Other than your irrational love of the Philadelphia 76ers, exactly.
Give me back the gavel.
Your words have served as a guidepost and beacon for me. So not to be too grandiose, but those powerful words suggest similarities to another great public servant not too far from here. While speaking about our national neighbors, President Kennedy said, "We offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds." Well, that exactly is what you have done, Christian Dorsey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right, over to my colleagues. Mr. Karantonis.
So, not everything is said, Christian. Impossible to say everything. And what were they, we say always, this is a bittersweet moment, etc. So like all farewells after a successful and fulfilled time of service. And excuse me, but I find it really challenging to identify the sweetness in this. Or in the words of the famous Christian Dorsey, it really sucks. So I was trying to reflect on your 8 years of outstanding service. I shared only 3 of them. But I tried to remember when I got to know you in person for the first time. It was in 2010. You were doing something, some theatrical thing about local government with the Leadership Arlington. You tried to challenge people to actually say, okay, Arlington is really not walking on water. Arlington really sucks, and for this reason we are here to make it a better place. You were extremely compelling and convincing in that role, but nobody believed you because right after that you would even back then, I remember that you would embody something that's really rare. So beyond our boundaries, and you've seen Chuck Bean and Supervisor Lusk here, beyond our boundaries, but also inside Arlington. You have often been identified with the community you are serving. So there was always this mental equation about elected leaders and stakeholders that Dorsey equals Arlington. There is this nexus that was always contextual to capacity, to principled, innovative thinking, and exceptional situational awareness as well, talking about WMATA and Amazon. So the right word for this, and I'm stealing that from Chuck Bean, is statesmanship, sir. And I don't know too many who really would fit that frame. And frankly, this is really the carrying and foundational notion of the years of your service here. This is my bottom line. No political career can be linear or undisturbed. In fact, navigating tough waters is this is a predictable part of the job. But statesmanship, having the capacity to do that and carry and bring people with you, this is truly extraordinary. So you delivered with integrity and focus on the future, to mention an old friend of ours, that repatriates this idea of the essential, right? That governance is not just management of the commons, that is, but it's also leadership and commitment to a present and future of a community where truly everyone is included is important. So Katie and you have recently received the Alliance for Housing Solution award on your contributions on housing and equity in Arlington. I think this is a very, very big deal. I was extremely impressed by that, and I think that's extremely, very well-deserved award. I remember in 2016, you were addressing the Alliance and talking about the idea that we have to protect, neighbors have to be protected. And you started your speech by saying, protecting neighborhoods from whom? And from what? Equity, housing, transportation, Amazon, economic development, the environment, the Swiss Army knife of an elected official, and the best and most capable caliber we can imagine here in Arlington. So your skill and craft will be extremely missed. I got to know you in a place of disagreement. Yet it's one of the most positive experience in office and in life that this was no impediment of working together. Sir, it was really an honor, and I can't overstate the truth in Katie's statement that Christian's alignment is, in whatever the issue was a decisive asset, a really extraordinary honor. I know these are very big shoes to fill, and I'm in awe of these shoes being on the other side of the dais as a constituent. So, thank you.
Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So, Christian, a lot has already been said. And I think much to what Mark said, as a constituent before this role, yes, Christian Dorsey was on our county board, and I didn't worry about too many things, except the things that I came to advocate on, which, by the way, was not often. Very rare. And even in those times, I knew that you were listening and trying to figure out how to make and resolve things. So, make things happen and resolve things. So, Chairman Dorsey, thank you for giving Arlingtonians 8 years of your committed public service, equity leadership, and dedication as a county board member. Your leadership has helped shape this community during financial ups and downs, a once-in-a-century pandemic, changing challenges and priorities, and a reckoning of what we have done and what we have failed to do. From the moment we met in 2013, I don't know if you remember,
I do.
during a challenging racism course that you facilitated, through my service on the school board, as we respectively moved forward our efforts to bring a Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to our governing boards, to today, you have challenged us to lead with equity and made efforts to hold us to account. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Your commitment and legacy will continue to live on in ways that are now woven into the fabric of Arlington. We look forward to what you will do next to positively impact our community, the Commonwealth, and beyond. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and public service, Christian. And a special thank you to your family for their support and sacrifices during your dedicated service to Arlington. It has been a true privilege to serve alongside you.
All right, Christian, it's up to me. And we go way, way back. I don't even know if you remember, we first met at the polls at your first run. Yeah. And I actually thought, ooh, did I make a mistake? Maybe I should have supported him. And I did realize when I got to this point that everything would have been said almost, but everybody might still have to say something. Well, actually, I can say something. Nobody else here can. So I've served on boards since 1996. School board 15 years, here for, I guess I'm going into 11 now, into my 12th. It's a lot of boards and a lot of people. You are without doubt the best board member I have ever served with. And I mean that. No, I mean that. I've served with really smart board members. You are absolutely as smart and as analytical as any of them, and maybe the smartest. I've served with some emotionally intelligent, some not so emotionally intelligent, but some emotionally intelligent board members. You are among the most emotionally intelligent. Certainly among the most eloquent, Not only do you know what, he knows what needs to be said, he knows exactly how to say it. And if I only could have that deep baritone voice, it would probably be weird coming out of me, so I can't do that. But it's amazing. I mean, it's just been wonderful. And I have learned really to say, Christian, why don't you go first? And I find when I'm kind of thinking about how he analyzes it, gets it on, oh, right, that's the main point. Oh, yeah, okay, I can do this now. You are wise, and wisdom is in short supply, I think, many times. And you have a great sense of humor, which is great. Don't cry. I'm going to try really hard not to cry, too. But thank you. I will tell you one story, I think just one. So I really got to know Christian during the whole streetcar thing. And that was a bit of a strain for me. As you know, I'm not really a detail person, and I was starting to get into turning radii and, and volumes of vehicles, and oh my. It was a strain for me, and Christian came on board with our effort, and I said, okay, this is great. And he said, there was a speaking engagement that we needed to do, and Christian said, oh, I'll take that. And I said, oh, good, he'll be great. Okay, Christian, I can help you. I've got a PowerPoint. Do you want to meet? Do you want to talk? And he just like, no, I'm fine. No. And I kept calling, and I said, and I finally told some of the other folks in our group, he's gonna go talk. He hasn't really talked to me. I hope he's gonna be okay. This is really hard. So I went. It was at the library.
No, you remember?
Yeah, I remember. Of course I remember. That was actually a little traumatic for me. Because I got to the library and they, how's this guy gonna do? He hasn't, what does he know? Well, he knocked it out of the ballpark. It was fine. It was absolutely great. As good as I could have done, better, actually. And that's when I knew we were going to be just fine. So, yeah, we're going to miss you. I won't talk so much about that, but you are just an incredible friend, an incredible public servant. And I will tell you, the 240-some thousand people who live here in Arlington have no idea how much they owe you. Yeah, not. So, thank you. All right, we have a gift to present. What to give Christian? So somebody said, we were with Christian. He said, Arlington's really pretty. Aha, pretty. Painting, art, we can do this. So we have a painting. It's by Jessica Mickey, whom you probably know. Yes.
And it's approved by the SPRs.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, have mercy. How beautiful.
Yeah,
wow.
pretty?
That's terrific. Outstanding.
Yeah, and then you do get to have the last word here. I'll even give you back your gavel.
I have a lot of thoughts right now, but I was not really told any details about today's program, so I didn't prepare them. So you all are about to get the unvarnished. Couple of thoughts. One, I'm disappointed in you all because this is decorative, and I'm sort of tearing up, and I don't want to ruin it at the same time. So I'm busy rubbing my eyes because I am overwhelmed by not only the sentiments that you all have expressed, which are more than I deserve, but just by the fact that you all are here. And believe me, it means a lot that each and every one of you is here. I'll just start with a few acknowledgments, and I need to start with the three beautiful women who are sitting in the front row, my family. When I began this journey, my swearing in, Rachel held our youngest daughter, Mila, on her lap. You can see how that's physically impossible now. And my daughter, Jordan, at that time, it was a wonderful accomplishment that she would lead the attendees in the Pledge of Allegiance, and now we are about to start the process of college applications. And so I'm looking at a lot of years, a lot of experiences, a lot of everything that's been a part of this public service journey, and none of it would be possible if I didn't have their steady, continuous, if not sometimes begrudging support. And I have to say, the best byproduct of having you all here tonight is that they now know I do stuff other than preside over boring budget meetings. 4 years. I have to go, sweeties. Another boring budget meeting. And so now you at least know that there have been some other things that I've engaged in over the years. I'd like to recognize all of the colleagues that I've had an opportunity to serve with on the county board, beginning with Jay Fassett. Jay, who will forever have a place in my heart, not only for being a willing mentor to a new board member coming in and feeling his way, but also for really providing the example, the shining example of what it means to be a steward to this institution of our local government, something that I have tried to take heart and follow during my 8 years here. And your model is something that has always been very important to me, and it's so great to see you here tonight. I'd also like to acknowledge John Weistad, who was part of that inaugural group that I joined. For those people who sometimes get dismayed at looking at the national scene where our political parties and people who are different can't really find a way to work together on anything, whether it be mundane or consequential. What we were able to do during John's tenure stands as a stark reminder that it wasn't always this way, and in fact, there is a better way. And some of my fondest memories are working with John to bring our different viewpoints, but hopefully complementary skills to deal with some of the biggest issues that Arlington had to face. And then as we move forward, certainly our colleague, departed colleague, our colleague who was taken from us far too soon, Eric Gutschall, is someone that I think about quite often during our work in county government. Particularly, there are many Ericisms, if you will, whether it be focus on the future or getting to yes, but the one that I think about often is leveling up. Because each and everything that I tried to bring to public service was an attempt to level up, to figure out, okay, let's not be satisfied with where we are, but let's figure out how we get to that next place. And Eric was a great exemplar of that philosophy, and his example is one that I miss terribly. I'll talk a little bit about this guy over here who, had to upstage both Tanya and me by going and having his wife give birth. I mean, but Matt DeFerranti is someone who has just a tremendous heart, an enviable spirit for trying to connect with everyone, particularly those who have had difficult life experiences, and really emotionally investing himself in figuring out a way to help. And sometimes when the work of county government can seem routine, he's always a great reminder that it's people that we're focused on. And serving with Matt has certainly been a great pleasure. Of course, the colleagues who are here, Libby, there's a whole lot that I could say, but I want people to just recognize that I'll never forget that when Katie and I were running for this office, there were 2 elected officials who were willing to not only embrace my candidacy, but put their names out there and say, I want the rest of the community to follow suit. Retiring Commissioner of Revenue Ingrid Maroy and Libby Garvey. And from the point of that, through every moment that we have served together, I have both been inspired by your example of how you have been not only a trailblazer in your various public service roles, but you have a gift that I do not have, and that I think is something essential for every politician, this intuitive sense of where people are emotionally and what's going to make them, what they're going to respond to in terms of what you do as a public servant. It's just innate. You don't go into your laboratory and work on spreadsheets to figure it out. You have this gut feeling, if you will, that always leads you to being on the right side of issues. And your friendship and your support when things have been very tough for me will never be forgotten, and I have been honored to call you a colleague and a friend. Tanya, I said a little bit about you before, but I will, something else has come to mind because you mentioned in 2013, we got to know each other through that challenging racism course. And I have to say, in that process, Tanya demonstrated everything that we have come to know and love her to be. She was always there, never missed anything, was willing to come early and stay late and do whatever needed to be done, and was always ready to speak her mind when either the appropriate viewpoint wasn't being reflected. And I just, thinking back to that, everything that you were then is what you have blossomed into as a public servant. Takis, I hope that in any way, if any of the stuff that they said about me in terms of being involved regionally is true, I hope you sort of take that baton and run with it, because I know that your prodigious intellect will make you well served to work on regional issues, that your perspectives as someone who is not only well-versed in this region and this nation, but your international experience can only help our region level up its approach to dealing with so many consequential issues. And so I look forward to seeing that. And am I forgetting somebody? Of course I'm not. Katie Crystal. Indelibly linked in many people's eyes only because of the similarity of our names, but if they only knew the degree at which I relied on Katie Crystal to make this job fulfilling and to in any way derive satisfaction from it. Now, you know I love you all. I do. But since July, I've been a little bit adrift because I've been missing an appendage. I've been missing an integral part of my being. And, with Katie, getting to know each other as we did, coincidentally, but then being put into this experience together, drinking from the proverbial fire hose at the very beginning, and I think making each other better along the way of our public service, it just means everything to me. And that you would, again, for the second time, come back to this room to say some kind words about me just really, really means the world to me. Krista, thank you so much. So good, I haven't seen you in a long time, but I do remember the first time we met. It was when you were helping support Bob James's candidacy as he ran for treasurer. Krista's work supporting African Americans and giving them an opportunity to participate in level playing fields was work that I admired from the very beginning. And when it came time to actually select someone to fill an aide vacancy, that was left to me because of Janine Finch, who was also here. Thank you, Janine, for being here. But when it came time to look at people to fill that slot, and I saw Krista's name, I was like, what? Really? Does she understand what this job is? And so obviously she was exceptionally talented and qualified for it. But really the key thing that we wanted to make sure was that there wasn't something disastrous going on in her life that we didn't know about because we didn't understand why she would choose us. But as it turned out, she was looking for this opportunity to really just develop her local awareness, knowledge, and processes so that she could be a more effective citizen and professional. And it was so heartwarming to see someone who wasn't necessarily looking at life from the way a lot of people do, is I always want to look at something that's a ladder, a step up in terms of title or whatever, even if it's meaningless. But Krista wanted to get in and do the work. And I so valued having you a partner because we are simpatico in that regard. Chuck Bean, man, you have loosened up in retirement. That was smooth. You know, Chuck and I have had a lot of experiences on the regional level at COG, and Chuck, there's a lot that I could say about you, and in fact, I have upon your retirement. So if you really want to know what I feel about him, I said it far more eloquently at other venues, but I will just leave it at this. You know, often, even though you all have been very kind about my ability to deliver public speeches or whatnot, Chuck shows the way where you can be effective without speaking, how it is your ability to facilitate things while not necessarily presiding with the gavel or having the microphone that I've always drawn inspiration from. You know, there are times when leading looks like this, and there are other times when leading looks quite different. And I thank you for always reminding me that there was more than one type of way to be effective. And if you don't have all the tools in your toolkit, you're not as good as you can be. So thank you for that. I am so glad we're almost at 6 o'clock because we got to end this. And it leaves me without having to say very much else. There's a lot of pressure in this moment when you are asked to sit in front of all these people who you love, respect, admire, and are so deeply appreciative of their attending to say something that's going to be profound. And you all have been so complimentary. I feel like you're expecting a lot. And I'm sorry, I'm going to fail. I'm not going to deliver. I will say that I was, nerd that I am, thinking about the most famous farewell, perhaps in American history, Washington's farewell address. And I'm not trying to associate myself with Washington or try to say that I have anything as profound to say as he did then. But he warned this country to avoid getting involved in permanent alliances. And, you know, Washington's admonition, my history is a little fuzzy, but what I think he was trying to warn the young country about was when you're doing this work of building something, you have to be very, very careful about allowing yourself to be derailed from those important goals by people who don't share those interests. And I find that that advice, if I'm interpreting it correctly, is very relevant for Arlington at this time. You know, I am not going to be presumptuous enough to opine on issues that this board, with the addition of Maureen and Susan, will talk about in just a few short weeks. So I'm not going to talk about those issues. And I'm certainly not at the point at which I am going to be the old man telling people to get off their lawn while reminiscing about the past. But if I could just share one bit of advice that I really think I know after the 8 years is how important it is not to get involved in entangling alliances that keep you from your priorities and your principal goals as a steward of this community to build something that is going to add value to the people who are here and that's going to be sustainable for the people who will someday be here. That really, regardless of what our proclivities or perspectives are, that's what we're about. And if you get derailed from that goal by entangling alliances for people who are not similarly situated, then things go awry and you become unfulfilled. And so I'm not talking about only talking to people who think like you, but to just remember that while we have a responsibility to hear from everyone, those that we choose to collaborate with and work with are the ones who are going to help us build the kind of community that we want. And if they have other objectives, they have other motives, well, that's their right. But it's not our responsibility to get involved permanently and significantly in wrapping ourselves in alliances that keep us away from that goal. So that's about all I have to say tonight. We have a board meeting. We got a lot of stuff on the agenda. There's a lot of people who are signed up to speak. And I have a feeling that if I take a minute longer, I will be excoriated in the press for taking advantage of this public platform to have nice things said about myself. So I will close it there. But just to look out in this room of people who I care for, appreciate, and love, to say thank you. And I do want to close with thanking the team that we have that supports the work that we do. The trappings of being an elected official are all of this pomp and circumstance elevates us, but we are truly elevated by the team that we work with. And the county board team, I will not mention all of them tonight, with the exception of my aide, Stevie Kelly. Who I know did not only the work of coordinating tonight, no small feat, but doing the work of keeping as much of it a secret from me as possible, which I also deeply appreciate. Stevie, beyond being an incredible organizer, has just been a tremendous person to work with. And I've been so lucky with Janine and with Krista and with Stevie to be able to work with aides who bring complementary but distinctly different skills that are value added to the work that I do, but have all embraced the whole opportunity of trying to help me succeed and to be the best version of myself that I can be. So thank you, Stevie. Thank you, County Board team, for being just an incredible team to work with. This week, they have had some incredible challenges with being short-staffed, with some unexpected absences and having to everybody do roles that they were unfamiliar with. And usually when those sorts of things happen in a workplace, people start bitching, sorry kids, and complaining and all that. And you see the smiles that are on their faces now. That's the way they've embraced all of these challenges. It's been beautiful to watch. And it's just going to be one of many incredible lasting memories that I have. I promise. That's it. We'll just take a few minutes. I'm going to come and just say thank you to all of you. But then, unfortunately, we actually do have to go do some business. So allow the parliamentary thing to occur right now. But I promise we'll have a few minutes to say thank you.
I think there's a reception outside, but I think coup over, mission accomplished.
All right, seriously, sit down. I'm getting paid through the end of the year, so. All right, I now bring this board meeting back from recess, and now I'd like to move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711, A1, 5, and 8 for personnel discussions regarding county board employees and discussions concerning a prospective business where no previous announcement has been made of the business's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community, and consultation with the county attorney regarding certain deeds recorded in Arlington County. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0. The board is in closed session. There is a reception in the hallway. We'll visit for a few minutes, then unfortunately we got to go do that thing. say? Say, Mommy, come here. Oh, sorry.
Is that the building?
Yeah, it's like the plaza and building behind it.
Yeah.
It's awesome. All right, see y'all later.
Yeah, bye.
Mommy, mommy.
You're 2 minutes. The 2 minutes are. No,
Mommy.
you can't get away with this, Fisher. Step up. I got very attractive. No, don't do it.
Mommy.
I'm sorry, kiddo. I'm sorry. You gotta go somewhere else.
are going to be speaking. The lectern here can be adjusted to a height that is suitable for you by pressing either the left or right arrows that are located to the right of the microphone. The microphone is live, so you don't need to do anything to adjust it. Please confine any adjustments that you make to the lectern itself. If you have documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony, you can hand those to our clerk, Mr. Barrera, to my right, and make sure that your name, contact information is included on all of the documents that you submit. And for those who are joining us as part of our meeting remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are recognized to speak. Then, if you are participating via phone, you can unmute yourself with *6 or by using the microphone button on the toolbar if you're joining us on Teams using an app or a browser. Mr. Barrera, do we have any speakers for items that were removed from consent?
Yes. First up is Ann Bodine for item number 12, followed by Natalie Roy for item 16.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Want to wish you all the best for the holidays. I'm Ann Bodine from Lyon Park. I'm asking that the board reject the recommendation to reduce setbacks and remove height restrictions and parking requirements for development on county-owned parkland. I've appeared more than a dozen times to our commissions and the board to plead on behalf of nature and our scarce green space as one of the most essential aspects of continued livability in Arlington. I've just returned from New York and found it much more amenable to adding green space as a key part of development, while the policy in Arlington seems to be subtraction. No one would claim New York is not dense, yet it sees nature as critical to offsetting all that built space. New York City Council, in fact, voted in October to increase its canopy goal from 22 to 30%. We can't even name 5 concrete things Arlington is doing to reach our own 40% goal here. Why does New York have more visionary environmental policies than we do in a much less urban county? I also highlight concerns expressed by Suzanne Sundberg that previous county boards, along with private developers, have eyed county parkland as a land bank of purportedly underutilized territory that has nothing on it for development of housing, schools, etc. I noted with concern a new push from housing activists to look at public-owned spaces to add to housing supply, even while this board and its staff will not make public the total possible number of housing units we could still build within current land use and zoning. This development at all costs attitude towards a precious and finite natural asset like public parkland is diametrically opposed to the goals of preservation and restoration of Arlington's vital natural resources and natural infrastructure. The current limits on heights and setbacks and parking requirements are essential. They represent preservation of real green space as opposed to the buzzword of biophilia, which does not involve anything organic. Removing these safeguards from our zoning code just after passage of the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan is a cruel irony and also ignores the promise to add 30 acres of green space to our county. And it's sort of funny to contemplate the county asking the county for a use permit. How is that even kosher? One concern staff noted here was the need to encroach on setbacks to protect the RPA at Bluemont. In that case, we need to see overall limits on lot coverage of these sites and not just wholesale encroachments into setbacks. This would show the board's good faith in protecting these small landing strips of green space and willingness to impose clear limits on developers to protect our natural resources. I urge today the county board reject the elimination of these protections and protect Arlington's remaining natural heritage and green space. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Next is Natalie Roy, followed by James DeVito.
Good evening. Happy holidays.
Good evening.
My name is Natalie Roy, and I've been an Arlington resident in the Lyon Park community for more than 32 years. I am also running for a spot on the Arlington County Board in 2024. Before I moved to Arlington, I lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts for 7 years, where we had ranked choice voting, and it worked well. I would support RCV in Arlington when it is done properly. Unfortunately, it has been rolled out ineffectively in our county in 2 ways. First, the county underinvested in public education and RCV training, specifically on how it works, what to do, and what the point is. Voters were confused all over the county about ranked choice voting. I heard from people who were so perplexed by the system, it dissuaded them from voting. Second, by switching back and forth between ranked choice voting and plurality, the county board has made RCV appear to be a scheme to predetermine an outcome of an election. This abuse has made it very difficult for voters to take RCV seriously. If you're going to do RCV, you must be transparent, invest enough time and resources for adequate, county-wide training, and you must commit all the way, every election or none. And a promise to pass ranked choice voting for primaries now and general elections sometime in 2024 is hard to take seriously due to what happened earlier this year during the primary season. Nothing has changed from this year's June primary. The county board should defer on RCV until it has fixed the issues it had with the last rollout. Thank you very much.
Next is James DeVita, followed by Chris DeRosa.
Good evening. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd urge the board not to adopt ranked choice voting for the following reasons. The first is I think that ranked choice voting is trying to solve a problem that really doesn't exist. Who are the people who are not being represented? I've never heard anybody name a specific person or a party who's lacking representation. I don't see why anybody with a concern simply can't run for office or express their concerns to someone who's already in office. The second is that ranked choice voting is too complicated. Voters simply don't understand it. And I don't think voting should be complicated. I think voting should be designed for the average individual. I don't see why anybody should have to have an education in order to be to cast a ballot. I think that if you make it complicated, it's just not fair to the average individual who may not have the time to attend a class. I think voting should be something that's simple, something that everybody should understand. My third reason is that ranked choice voting will penalize anybody who takes a strong stand on a controversial issue. Somebody who takes a strong stand on a controversial issue is not likely to get a lot of second or third place votes. And in my opinion, that's a real problem, because there are times when in order to make progress, you need people who are going to stick their necks out and advocate something controversial, like the abolitionists did back before the Civil War, or people who were opposed to segregation in the 1950s and 1960s. How many second or third place votes do you think people like that would have gotten? There are certainly some issues that are people are just either for or against. And if someone's dead set against a candidate who takes a strong stand on a controversial issue, they're not going to give that person a second or third place vote. They're going to vote for somebody who soft pedals the issue, and you're going to end up with people who are safe, conservative, but not somebody that's going to force social change. And we need social change. We need to make progress, and we shouldn't have people casting second and third place votes when they could cast a first place vote for an issue that's important that they really want to vote for. And the last reason, and I know this is partisan, but if you want to elect independents and Republicans, just try this in the general election. Why, if you're Democrats, why put in a system that allows independents and Republicans to gain an advantage? And I too am running for the county board. I just wanted to say that I think it's important that you keep voting a simple, easy to understand process. And I think that benefits the average individual. And I think that's what this country had in mind when they set up voting. It shouldn't be complicated. People should be able to vote for the people they want. They should vote for the issues they want. They shouldn't have to sit there and try and figure it out. Thank you.
Next is Chris DeRosa, followed by Constance Potter.
Good evening. I'm Chris DeRosa. I'm a longtime Arlington resident. I moved here in 1975, so a long time ago. Anyway, I'd like to start by thanking you for the important decision you made 1 year ago to use ranked choice voting in the June 2023 primary election for county board. Arlington became the first jurisdiction in the Commonwealth of Virginia to use ranked choice voting, and the elections office, led by Registrar Gretchen Renmeyer, conducted that election with great success, and she should be thanked. According to a lot of informal and formal exit polling and post-election polling, including the county board's, I think, survey, most voters found ranked choice voting easy to understand, And a lot of them, I think half or more than half, would like to see it used in the future. Many of us were very disappointed you did not agree to use ranked choice voting in the November 2023 general election. I'm not quite sure why you failed to pass that ordinance in July. I have my suspicions. But that lack of decision to not use ranked choice voting reverberated throughout the state and even across the nation. Tonight, you have the chance to make ranked choice voting the way that county board primary elections will be run every year. This is another important step for democracy. I speak for many that this will be a very welcome decision that will strengthen democracy. It's better for candidates and better for voters. Arlington will once again lead the way in Virginia. And I hope that in 2024, this board will take the next step, go even further, and approve an ordinance to expand ranked choice voting to the county board general elections. I stand ready, as I have been in the past, to help with outreach and education at farmers markets, at early voting polling places, at events held in other locations. As we go forward, I hope that you will help us reach that outreach by contacting the elections office and groups such as the League of Women Voters and Outvote Virginia and Veterans for Innovation, if you know of any voting populations that we need to reach out to and have ignored. Many of us are here to help in that effort, so we look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Next, we have Constance Potter, followed by Mike Cantwell.
I'm Constance Potter, co-president of the League of Women Voters of Arlington and Alexandria City, and we support ranked choice voting both in the June primary and in the general election in November. The League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan advocacy group, sponsored in-person training with the staff of the elections office and also distributed handouts created by that office that explained ranked choice voting. In the primary last June, the League worked with the Arlington County Board of Elections to educate voters on both how the ballot works and how the process worked in determining the winner. Voters generally understood how their ballots worked and found the process easy. The questions came up, however, on how the process worked in determining the winner. And using both print and social media, as well as in-person training, we plan to extend that information to a broader voting base in Arlington. Thank you.
Next is Mike Cantwell, followed by Carlos de Castro.
Good evening. My name is Mike Cantwell, and I'm here tonight representing Veterans for All Voters. As I was preparing my remarks for this evening, I was thinking back to two really, really important movements in the United States. The women's suffrage movement and the voting rights movement for Black Americans. In that movement, you had extremely brave people who were beaten and jailed and ostracized by society. In the civil rights movement, you also had people like Martin Luther King and John Lewis who were beaten and jailed. But what is not very often talked about is the thousands and then millions of people who at that time were white men who made a courageous choice to allow women to vote, to allow Black Americans their full civil rights. Thinking to LBJ, he was a very powerful politician, but he had to make the decision. He had to have the courage to decide that he was going to champion voting for Black Americans. And he twisted arms in the House and the Senate to make that happen. So I'm asking you all here today to make the courageous choice and implement this ordinance for ranked choice voting for the primary election and the general election, because we want the same rights for all voters, not just voters who participate in primary elections. Thank you.
Next is Carlos de Castro, followed by Michael Beer.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me my name is Carlos de Castro. I'm a veteran, but also a migrant. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion here today. I was just reading an article the other day about ranked choice voting and how it's supposed to be the new fad and it's going to solve all our problems in the next year. But that's not true. Right? It's not a fad. It's not new. Most of the people in this room can attest to that. But it is the best tool we have to quickly address the polarization that's really destroying our body politic. Arlington is a center of gravity. It's a strategic city due to its location, proximity to Washington, D.C. Many eyes are looking at what the county board is going to do now as it pertains to ranked choice voting. And I fully understand there's many variables we're introducing when we try to change how we vote, but ultimately the benefits outweigh the risk. Ranked choice voting is something that Arlingtonians want, as demonstrated by the polling during the last voting cycle. We're not choosing between two voting systems that work equally well. This is a matter of need in order to prolong our democracy, to reduce the caustic rhetoric we're seeing, to highlight the things we share in common and inject resiliency into our system. Because the last thing that someone who served for 22 years wants to hear is that my existence is poisoning the blood of this country. Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Beer, followed by Liz White, who is participating virtually.
Hello, I'm Michael Beer. I want to thank you, all of you on the board, for having taken this terribly important step to introduce ranked choice voting here in the Arlington primary, particularly in June. I think it did everything that we said it would do and was designed to do. Voter turnout was strong. We had very positive and constructive campaigns, despite the environment in which there was great division around missing middle. The proportional outcomes were fabulous. Instead of two candidates with 48.5% of the vote getting the 2 seats, the majority, which had split its vote among 4 candidates, were able to consolidate and get one of their candidates elected. So it was also attracted to new candidates, which is so important. We need good quality candidates. We need more good quality people running. And 85% of the voters got at least one person into office that they elected out of in the primary. I also want to congratulate you on public engagement and the mock elections and the surveys and the educational efforts. We need to do more, obviously, next time. But it was a smashing success, and you had the courage to go forward and make this happen. And we're a much better county for what happened in that primary. The sheriff race is an example of where we need ranked choice voting in the future. It was nasty, and the winner only had 39% of the vote. That means 61% of the voters did not vote for that candidate. And so people coming into office and they don't really have the majority support of the electorate. So in the future, let's move very rapidly towards getting this for the general election. Let's get this for the constitutional offices as well. Let's get this into the school board. It has so many upsides. You are present, you're leaders in this country, but we need you to be pushing forward and going back and forth and vacillating. As Natalie Roy said, the optics on this is really, really poor from your standpoint of backing off doing this for the general election. Let's move forward with ranked choice voting because it's not just good for Arlington, it's going to be good for this country. I thank you.
Next is Liz White, followed by Frank Lesby.
Good evening. My name is Liz White. I'm the Executive Director of Upvote Virginia, a nonpartisan democracy reform organization that supports ranked choice voting here in Arlington and throughout the Commonwealth. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all again. First and foremost, we would like to thank you not only for the vote you're taking tonight, but for Arlington's continued willingness to trailblaze on ranked choice voting in Virginia. This vote will hopefully show that using ranked choice voting in June wasn't simply a one-off. It'll show that Arlington's experiment with ranked choice voting was a success and that it's just the beginning. Which will dispel the false narrative that's been spreading around the country for the past few months that Arlington tried ranked choice voting and it didn't go well. And anyone who's saying that obviously hasn't met Gretchen Rennemeyer and her team. I'm not exaggerating when I say that the eyes of every ranked choice voting enthusiast across the country has been on Arlington. Tonight's vote will hopefully reflect the reality of that experiment, that Arlington County liked ranked choice voting so much that you're voting to make it a permanent fixture in county board primaries going forward. We're very excited about this opportunity, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't encourage you to keep going. It's our hope and the hope of many reform advocates, several of whom have already spoken tonight, that this board will continue to be a source of inspiration to other localities. And thus, we urge you to consider ranked choice voting not only for general elections for county board, but also elections for other local offices as those options become available through legislation. As previously discussed by this body, you can never have too much voter education. We thoroughly enjoyed the events we participated in with the Arlington elections team. We anticipate joining them in the future as well. And we also hope that the county will commit to a thorough and equitable outreach and education campaign so that all communities will have a solid understanding of how to make their preferences known in an RCV election. I'd also like to encourage the board members themselves to be part of this outreach, to share your enthusiasm with constituents, with the public at large, to be the face of this policy. We've seen that the more voters learn about ranked choice voting, the more they like it too. So on behalf of many organizations and individuals who've been working to utilize and expand ranked choice voting throughout Virginia, I just want to thank you for taking this vote tonight, and I hope it lays the groundwork for other localities around the Commonwealth and the country to follow your lead. Thank you so much.
Next is Frank Lesby, followed by Janice Morris.
Good evening, everyone. Frank Lesby. I'd like to encourage the board not to adopt ranked choice voting. I think your concerns that you cited over the summer remain valid, those about disenfranchisement and a flawed tabulation system. Starting with disenfranchisement, I think a lot of the comments that came in the online surveys showed that there were most avid supporters were white homeowners over 60, and that the segment of the population with the least interest in ranked choice voting was the minority community. So there was a call for more getting the perspectives of those minority communities before moving forward. The potential for unfair results, I think we saw that one of the leading candidates at the beginning of the ranked choice voting process back in June was leading, but subsequently lost, because the second place votes from the eliminated candidates boosted the other candidates to win, but the second votes of the winning candidate was never allocated. And a lot of people felt that that would have projected that one who was eliminated to victory because they didn't support the missing middle in the same way. So the tabulation system, especially with the two-party races, is very complicated. For the administration, our elections are complicated in Virginia. We have early voting, we have same-day registration. Our election office does a great job, but it's very complicated. This adds a whole nother level of complication. You have to take the thumb drives from every voting machine, probably 60 or so around the county. They have to be removed. They have to be taken to the election office. Normally, they're sent right to the clerk of the court's office, but in this case, they have to be sent to the election office. They have to be decrypted using special software. That data has to be transferred to another computer, not the normal computer, using a third-party software that's not even registered with the state because it doesn't need to be. And then only then you can do this, the process. So that's a complicated process. There are also delays. With ranked choice voting, you will not get a result I would say minimum 1 week. Everything has to come in, all the mail-in ballots have to come in, all the same day. All the provisional ballots have to be adjudicated. Only then can you run the ranked choice voting tabulation software. So that's another thing that's good to track from voter confidence. Delays, these complications.
You have less than 30 seconds.
So in conclusion, again, until more surveys are conducted with minority voters in Arlington, and also the state board has not issued clear guidance. What would constitute a recount? It's not clear. Even the state doesn't have a clear idea. What would constitute a recount? So that's all I have.
Mr. Chair, if I could just pause to refresh the batteries on the mic.
Sure thing. There's something you don't hear every day. Yeah, right. That was super quick. Fantastic.
Next up is Janice Morris, followed by Tim Hewson, who's participating virtually.
Hello, I'm Janice Morris, and I have lived in Arlington County for 23 years. I always remember that date because it's when I adopted my daughter from China, and I bought a single-family home here. I have been working on promoting ranked choice voting in Arlington for over a year now. Before the primary, I went to farmers markets and talked to voters about the process so they would not be surprised when they walked into the voting booth and discovered this new system. I helped the League of Women Voters organize a voter education event at my Unitarian Universalist Church, where we tried out different desserts to demonstrate how RCV voting works, and they loved it. Bottom line, I was so pleased that Arlington County took the lead in Virginia on this issue, and I am here to strongly advocate that the board continue using RCV in future elections, both primary and general, on a permanent basis. I wanted to share that I recently attended the Democracy 360 three-day event held at the University of Virginia, my alma mater, and it was such a powerful reinforcement of the need to do everything we can to help preserve our democracy. And the biggest takeaway was that it was up to each of us as individuals to do what we can to make a difference. That is why I'm so passionate about ranked choice voting, because it is one of the very accessible tools we have at our disposal to reduce polarization in politics and give a stronger voice to the voters. If you can, I highly recommend that you read the Washington Post magazine piece by David Montgomery from October 31st, 2022, about how to save America from extremism by changing the way we vote. In it, he talks about how ranked choice voting and other surprisingly simple changes to our voting system could fix our democracy. He describes how RCV changes the incentives for candidates so that they have to appeal to a broader electorate to get elected. And voters can stop voting strategically and pick the candidate who they really want to win without being a spoiler. As a result, both candidates and voters are more engaged, and you get candidates with more diverse viewpoints and backgrounds. And I saw this happen in Arlington. RCV worked exactly as it was supposed to, and the candidates that were nominated have the support of 2/3 of the residents instead of a small plurality. We have a window here in Arlington to stand up for democracy and help lead the way for other communities in Virginia. And we can do that by committing to permanently using ranked choice voting in future elections. So I strongly hope the Arlington County Board will vote to do so. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Tim Hewson, followed by Audrey Clement, both participating virtually.
Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I've been a homeowner in Arlington for 11 years. I urge the county board to approve ranked choice voting for all future primaries now, to approve it for future general elections as soon as possible, and if the General Assembly or the state expands ranked choice voting in the future, to elections for school board and for constitutional officers. When we voted in last year's county board primary with ranked choice voting, it was obvious how we should vote and much clearer than in elections in the past. We simply ranked our preferences among the candidates and voted that way. We didn't have to worry that a vote for our favorite candidate would end up hurting our own interests by taking votes away from a candidate who was more electable. We didn't have to worry about strategic voting. and the results of ranked choice voting reflected the wishes of the voters perfectly. The county was split roughly 50-50 between folks who thought missing middle was a good idea and folks who thought it was a bad idea. And we ended up with one nominee who was for missing middle and one nominee who was against it. If we had used the old system, we probably would have gotten 2 nominees who were against missing middle, which would have disenfranchised half the voters. The old system would have been an absolute disaster, whereas ranked choice voting gave everyone a representative. Also, all the candidates were civil with each other because they wanted to be the second choice of fans of other candidates. They did not attack each other like in many elections these days. Ranked choice voting is how all elections should be run in the United States. Do the right thing for Arlington and be an example for the rest of our state and our nation. Approve ranked choice voting anywhere you can. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Audrey Clement, followed by Deb Otis.
Members of the board and the county manager, I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. I support ranked choice voting, also known as RCV, as a necessary tool for gauging voter support for candidates and the policies they promote. It's better than first past the post elections, which have produced a non-competitive political system at all levels of government. RCV enables voters to rank candidates in order of preference and determines the winner by transferring losers' ballots to other ranked candidates until someone gets the quorum needed to win. Thus, no votes are wasted. Yet, the confusion surrounding the tabulation of the 2023 Democratic primary for county board was unfortunate. I must confess that I too was confused about 2 aspects of the tabulation: the quorum needed to determine the winners, and the fact that Cunningham's ballots were exhausted after she was declared the first place winner, thus preventing ballots ranking her number 1 and Roy number 2 from being transferred to Roy after the first round. Eventually, a friend of mine pointed me to the 2023 Democratic primary election results posted on the State Board of Elections website. Not only does this report show the outcome of each round of the RCV tabulation, it also has a link with an easily understandable description of the process. The county says it canceled its plans to conduct an RCV in the general election because of confusion about the primary results. But the county never posted a link to the state's tabulation report, which might have cleared up the confusion. Arlington County is not responsible for reporting results of elections conducted by the State Board of Elections, but a link to the state report on the county website is not too much to ask, and I ask you to do that going forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Deb Otis, followed by Madison Granger.
Hi, thank you all for your time tonight. My name is Deb Otis. I work for an organization called Fair Vote. We do advocacy and education around election reforms. And so part of my day job is to study how ranked choice voting works in practice in the places that already use it. And so I'm here to speak in favor of ranked choice voting and to highlight the good outcomes that happened here in Arlington in the June primary. First up, using it in primaries the way that you all did this past summer better represents party primary voters. If we compare the outcomes from this year to those the last time there was a competitive race in the 2-seat part of the cycle, twice as many voters, twice as many party primary voters this time around had their preferences reflected. 84% of voters got one of their top 3 choices this time. Last time around, the 2 nominees got less than 25% each. They combined for less than 50%. And so this time, 84% of people who voted in the primary saw one of their top 3 choices become a nominee. They went on to then have their preferences reflected in the general election. And so this, to me, is a great example of ranked choice voting representing more people, giving more people a voice on the ballot. In addition, I'll speak in favor of the form of RCV used here for multi-winner offices. It's a little simpler of a choice for single winner offices, but when you're electing 2 at once, there are kind of a couple of different possible ways to do it. And the one that Arlington uses is the gold standard. It is the one that delivers fair representation for different groups. And so I commend the board for using this in primaries and would encourage you to do so, and also add it for future general elections where it can deliver even more benefits. Thank you.
Next, we have Madison Granger, followed by Terry Armeo.
Hello. All right. Madison Granger of the Green Valley neighborhood. We've heard from a few folks tonight about just the state of politics in our country, how polarized we are, and what it means to be living in this moment, and the potential for reform efforts like RCV to really have meaningful effects on what our democracy looks like in the coming years at a national level. And I'll agree with the sentiment that it's inspiring to be in a community that is potentially at the forefront of a change that could be so meaningful. We've heard a few arguments against RCV tonight, and I have some thoughts on them. Candidates that take strong stances on controversial issues. Some controversial issues that have strong stances could be people who don't believe climate change is real. Not all stances on controversial issues that are not broadly reflected in the electorate are things that we would want people to be able to, still be elected with having strong stances like that. Why put in a system that allows independents and Republicans an advantage? Well, as public servants, I would hope that you would vote in a way that doesn't put personal interests or party interests above the broader public's interest. We've heard from many speakers in favor tonight that explain how ranked choice voting does that. And I believe we want to be a part of a community that doesn't entrench its power or keep up barriers to entry for healthy competition that reflects the diverse interests and preferences of our electorate. We've heard that it's complicated. I don't believe that the voting experience is complicated. Ask an elementary schooler what their favorite TV shows are, and they'll rank some of their favorites for you. About the tabulation experience, that does have more complication, but I'm deeply confident that we can put the many intelligent people who serve Arlington County together to work towards effectively overcoming any of those logistical hurdles. Anytime a new change is introduced, it takes a little bit of effort to find that right balance and get over any hurdles that might not be anticipated. I know that I agree with the comments that educational efforts would greatly help with the adoption of these efforts. I would personally be excited to contribute and volunteer towards those efforts, and we have many speaking in favor of RCV tonight that I believe would also be in favor of, or would also be happy to assist with such efforts. Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Armeo, followed by Jan Marie Pena.
Well, I said I wouldn't be back, but obviously that wasn't true.
Yeah, we hear that a lot.
Well, I really wanted to. I believe in one person, one vote, not one person, 3 or 5 or 6 votes. So ranked choice voting, 5 months later. You guys said in July on the 15th that people were confused by ranked choice voting tabulation. So what has changed since July? Nothing. Not the single transferable vote tabulation required by Virginia code, which confused so many people. Not the number of people who were trained by the election department. They have a very scant staff and a small number of volunteers. Approximately 450 out of 130,000 people were trained. Has that changed? No. Not the outdated voting software that only allowed ranking 3. Not any of the engagement since then, because there hasn't been any. Minorities do not like or understand RCV. That's what the survey said that David testified to in July. People did understand how to mark a ballot. You take your pen, you fill in the little circle. Well, anybody could understand that. That doesn't mean the whole process was understood. And in fact, it wasn't. So people have been coming up here and testifying that this is the gold standard, the Cadillac. This is saving democracy. I mean, if you want to save democracy, you have to make sure that people are registered to vote and that they can vote and there's not obstructions to voting. Ranked choice voting doesn't do any of that. Do we need nicer politics? I guess. I don't know that that really does it. I mean, maybe people were nicer publicly, but whatever. If you want to protect your democracy, election integrity is the key to that. And being like a seesaw and doing this and this and this isn't going to help voter confidence. So one person, one vote. That's what people understand. That is what's fair. That we have somebody literally going to take office who was in third place is very peculiar to me. One person, one vote. Now, other topic, because I understand I'm allowed to. No to allowing county board to determine height and setbacks on public land. Sorry, I agree with Ann 100%, and Suzanne Sundberg, of course, who, the genius of Arlington County, the undiscovered genius. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Next is Jean Marie Pena, followed by Ramon Hazera, who will be participating virtually.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jean Marie Pena. I'm a resident of Glebewood, and I'm also the chair of the Political Action Committee of the NAACP Arlington branch. And I'm testifying today on behalf of the NAACP Arlington branch to state our opposition to the adoption of ranked choice voting, or RCV, for primary elections in Arlington. We are concerned the lack of outreach and education on RCV in the last primary election possibly served to discourage voters, especially marginalized Black and Brown voters. Based on the pilot this year, we are not confident that the county can engage in the robust outreach and education necessary to give all voters full confidence in this voting method for primary elections. Adopting ranked choice voting in an equitable way will require proactive education and outreach from county leaders, including election staff and county board members. The pilot on RCV for the 2023 primaries demonstrated the county's inability to do this. As late as April, with only a few weeks until the start of early voting for the primaries, there was still very little public information on how RCV would work in Arlington. Once outreach and education on RCV did start, it was passive and minimally focused on meeting all voters where they were. The county board's unfulfilled promise of $50,000 for educating the community on RCV may well have contributed to this. Leading up to the primary elections, we heard from our members that the complexity of understanding how winners were chosen under RCV would discourage voters. While we believe in the potential of RCV to create a fairer process than traditional voting, it is no use if voters are discouraged from participating. The pilot demonstrated that county leaders do not have the capacity to effectively and equitably educate voters on how their vote counts with RCV and why it is more favorable for choosing board leaders in traditional voting. And to repeat what I shared in my testimony earlier this year, I urge you to take caution with the survey results that are again included in the board report for this agenda item, as it primarily represents the voices that traditionally dominate in this community, with the perspectives of voters of color, younger voters, and renters clearly absent. Again, if you would like a true sense of the public's opinion of RCV for decision-making, please make a sincere effort to gather the perspectives of all community members, especially the perspectives of Black and Brown community members whose voices are all too often marginalized in this government. Thank you for your time.
Next is Ramon Hazera, followed by John Weistat. Mr. Hazera, you might be muted.
Let's circle back to Mr. Hazera.
Next would be John Weistat.
Good evening.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi.
Ms. Hazera, we've recognized someone else, but we'll be sure to come back to you. Mr. Weistat, go right ahead. We'll come right back to you after this speaker.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Chair Dorsey, at the outset, let me thank you for your 8 years of service to our county board and to our citizens. Tanya Talento, let me thank you for your interim service. I'm willing to bet that one day you might be back. Members of the board, I'm John Weisstadt, former county board member and resident of Terra-Leeway Heights. I am not here tonight to extol the virtues of ranked choice voting or to poke holes in it. What I'm here to say is that whatever you ultimately do, and I realize you can't do both tonight, is to apply your decision equally to primary elections and the general election. There are 2 county board members who at various times have said words like this. One board member was heard to say at a public meeting, you know, I think I'm paraphrasing here, of course, I think I'm okay with ranked choice voting in a primary, but in a general, I'm not too sure, because in a general election, we could end up having somebody who doesn't agree with our values in Arlington actually win. And another board member was so bold as to actually say it would be a disaster if a particular candidate won. Let's not feed into that cynicism, that frustration, that angst that so many people are feeling about our government across the river in Washington, down the road in Richmond, and increasingly right here in Arlington. Apply your decision equally to primary elections and the general election, whatever way you go. Thank you very much for your attention.
Circle back to Mrs. Zera.
Thank you very much, and good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a longtime resident of Arlington, and I live in Leeway Overlea. I do not support ranked choice voting. I believe that it confuses voters, distracts from policy issues, and forces voters to vote for candidates they otherwise would not support. I've spoken to my neighbors, to my family, to friends, and they are not supportive of ranked choice voting either. It was more complicated. It presented a greater risk of manipulation strategies in the voting system as it currently was presented. Doing some research, examining the impact of ranked choice voting on voter efficacy is really important. The greater number of choices provided by the longer RCV ballots may introduce opportunities for voters to misunderstand the ballot, make errant marks, or accidentally mark 2 or more candidates for one ranking, resulting in voidable ballots due to overvoting. Using ballot data from the 2021 New York City Democratic mayoral primaries and using the RCV election in 2021, voters in locations with lower levels of educational attainment and median household incomes had higher shares of overvote by voidable ballots than those in locations with higher educational attainment and higher incomes. Lower income communities showed less engagement with ranked choice voting in the New York City primary, and they were not in favor of it and did not like it at all. And I think that was mentioned by a couple of other speakers earlier this evening, that the educational process and the reaching out to the community at all levels, not just those that may be in the lower, quote, educational or median income groups. So the system is just not working right now. And for those reasons, I do not support ranked choice voting. Perhaps in the future, if there are significant improvements made, then it would be a more viable system. But at this point in time, it's just not viable. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have David Cheek participating virtually, followed by David Schutz in person.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Dorsey, for 8 years of service. Thank you. So it is good to explore different voting options. Majority and ranked choice both have their pros and cons, as well as the other ones listed on Fair Vote and other websites that talk about different voting methods. There's no perfect voting system, just trade-offs. We all know the board is going to vote to use ranked choice voting, so I'm speaking more just to go on record. So one issue brought up by Terry at the last RCV meeting in July was changing it from being used in the primary to not being used in the general election. It should be consistent, since, as she noted, it looks like the county board is undermining democracy. It was a big deal since a popular non-developer Democratic candidate came in second by majority votes, but she lost to the third place pro-developer candidate through RCV. And so the problems with RC ranked choice voting is it can be gamed. There's a lot at stake for developers. There's a lot of money on the table. So with these elections, if RCV can be used as a tool to keep NIMBYs off the board, then that's good for the pro-developer Arlington Democratic Party. I'll give you an example. So Natalie Roy's running again, she announced, and probably JD Spain will run again. So they're going to probably be the two top front runners like the last election. They were the top four. So if the Arlington Democratic Party doesn't want Natalie Roy to win again, they can run 10 YIMBYs. So if Natalie doesn't get 50% during the first round, it goes to YIMBY 11, YIMBY 10, YIMBY 9. This is what happened last time. That's how Maureen won. And then JD Spain will win because he sides with the YIMBYs. And we all know whoever wins the primary wins the general election. So is it a true majority or a manufactured majority? That's what everyone's concerned about. And we're also concerned we don't have representatives on the at-large board who will listen to anyone but the developers and nonprofits, as proven by residents losing almost every fight against developers since 2015 when Katie Crystal and Christian Dorsey joined the county board and Mark Schwartz took over as manager in 2016. Residents have tried suing to overturn board decisions, but lawsuits are costly and they usually result in a loss. So the only thing left is elections. That's it. Board meetings don't mean anything if you keep ignoring those who oppose developer proposals. The election is the last check and balance between what the big money developers want and what the residents want. And once that goes away, which can go away through ranked choice voting, you don't have a functioning democracy. This is bad for everyone. And there will be negative long-term effects for ignoring the longtime Democratic residents who built Arlington, who are well-versed in city planning, who know the pros and cons of these proposals, and sadly, have increasingly stopped going to board meetings since they're not being listened to in a way that will influence policy. Arlington can do better. I say don't use RCV for this election, but if you do, use it for both the primary and the general election. Thank you.
Next, we have David Schutz, followed by Adam Thea.
Hi, I'm Dave Schutz. I've been an advocate for ranked choice voting for quite a while. I'm thrilled that you put it in place for the June primary. I favor putting in place for primaries going forward. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of people who say you should be consistent, shouldn't move back and forth between systems. That's also an argument for putting ranked choice voting in place for the general elections. I favor that. And I would like to see changes in the state law allowing ranked choice voting to be used for the school board and for the constitutional officers. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Adam Theo, followed by Michael Heminger, testifying on item 17.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Adam Theo. Just want to say on ranked choice voting, last year I think was wonderful. It gave the voters a wide range of candidates to choose from, of diverse opinions and positions. And because of ranked choice voting, we got a much more accurate representation of what the voters wanted with the two candidates that were picked in the primaries. My biggest concern, of course, is the inconsistency. I would love to see it in the primary this upcoming year, but also the general election, of course. The going back and forth is a problem, and it does confuse people much more than just ranked choice voting itself does. As far as the popularity and people understanding it, both the county's polls and polls run by local news online sites showed that the vast majority of voters understood ranked choice voting and liked it. So let's adopt it for all of our county board elections going forward, primaries and general elections. And I'll just close out by saying I think that the elections office with Gretchen and her team did an excellent job last year. Where there are needs of greater outreach and education, those are going to need to be coming from our civic organizations. We need to step up, us the voters and us the activists and advocates need to step up and do a better job educating and doing that outreach. There's only so much that the elections office itself is legally allowed to do. So it is time for us, the people, to help out. So thank you. Please adopt it, primaries and general elections, consistently going forward.
Next, we have Michael Heminger, followed by Bryant Atkins.
All right. Good evening. Tonight, I'm speaking in my capacity as the president of the NAACP Arlington branch. I'm here tonight to let you know that we're extremely disappointed in the entire process regarding agenda item 17 and how it played out regarding amendments to Chapter 69, better known as the ordinance related to the independent police auditor and the Community Oversight Board. It's our understanding that conversations and actions have been occurring for months without any type of input from the community. As you can imagine, the NAACP has a vested interest in this particular ordinance, and we've been involved since the very beginning. We've spent hundreds of hours reviewing every single period, every word, every sentence in the ordinance to produce the fairest version possible on behalf of so many. At no point did our elected leaders engage the public, reach out to stakeholders, or seek any type of feedback on input from anyone besides yourselves. We're told that this did not happen because the changes were made by way of administrative in nature. We disagree. We counted at least 171 changes to the ordinance with hundreds of words added and hundreds of words removed. 1 week before the regular county board meeting last week, the agenda for the meeting was posted online, except there was one glaring anomaly. There were 48 items listed on the agenda. All of these items, every single one of them, had a title, a brief summary, a hyperlink to additional information, and most had staff recommendations, except one. Item 17 was left blank. It simply read, Chapter 69 Amendments. No further title, no description, no summary, no hyperlink to more information, no staff recommendation, nothing. We then reached out to many of you to understand more, to try to understand the implications of the proposed changes, and to our surprise, the draft language on the proposed changes were still not released to the public at any time on Wednesday. It was not until 40 hours before the regular board meeting that the public had any opportunity to review the proposed changes. What's even more shocking is that this item still remained on the consent agenda. Had it not been for the NAACP pulling this consent agenda item, or pulling this item off consent, this board would have been prepared to rule on this item without ever hearing a single word from anyone in this community. I think we all know that's not good government. We were informed on Friday, hours before the meeting on Saturday, that the item would be recommended for deferral. We were prepared to listen, to learn, to lean in more fully, and to understand what had happened. Going forward, our prayer is that this board will do better engaging the community. We have serious concerns about the language, and we hope to have a more thorough conversation in the future. We will be waiting, we will be watching, we will be ready. Thank you.
Next is Bryant Atkins, followed by Heather Kelly, who is participating virtually.
Hello. Like as Mike said, I as well have some concerns over the process, how this manner was handled. I regularly view the county agendas almost on a daily basis, which it's a problem, but we'll talk about that later. But the fact that I wasn't even aware of this ordinance change is shocking to me as a commissioner who expects to be brought into issues of our county. I am disappointed in the way that it was handled. Of course, the legal matters. I'm not a lawyer myself, but I do believe that a public hearing would be required for any amendments to our ordinances in this county. And it's also quite disrespectful to the advocates who spent a good year putting together this ordinance, who crafted it to make sure it was representative of our community and it respected the wishes of all parties. So I hope that this just is an anomaly in behavior and this changes, and I welcome a hearty discussion on this. Thank you.
Last is Heather Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Heather Kelly. I am speaking in my personal individual capacity this evening, and also as my capacity as the chair of the Criminal Justice Committee for the Arlington branch of the NAACP, a position that I serve as a volunteer and with deep respect for both the community of which I'm a member, the community that I serve, and the county board and elected officials. When the Virginia General Assembly passed legislation authorizing its counties to create community oversight boards to allow engagement of the community with the police that police our communities. We looked forward to the opportunity to be trailblazers in establishing this kind of community engagement and oversight over our police force. Over the course of more than a year, the members of our committee, members of the NAACP, and other civic entities in Arlington County, citizens of Arlington County, engaged in the PPG, testified in county board hearings, had private and public meetings with members of the county board, with the county manager, and were deeply, deeply engaged and participating in the process of crafting the ordinance that is now memorialized in Section 69. I echo and share Mike Hemminger's remarks about the concern that I have, that the Criminal Justice Committee has, and remind the board that the NAACP and the Criminal Justice Committee of the NAACP are representatives of the community. We are not simply an organization. We are our members. And we expect to, and have shown you repeatedly over the course of the last couple of years, that we are deeply concerned about and committed to making the Community Oversight Board and the Independent Policing Authority meaningful entities within our community. We have had countless engagement hours with county board members, the county manager, ACPD, members of the Community Oversight Board, the Independent Policing Authority. And we recognize that each of those entities, the county board, the county manager, ACPD, and COB and IP, Independent Policing Auditor, have been meeting and
Ms. Kelly, your
crafting.
time has expired.
Of course. Please engage us in the
Thank you, Ms.
future.
Kelly.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that concludes our speakers.
Okay, thank you to all of our consent agenda speakers. We will consider these items in the order in which they appeared on the original agenda. So let me find that with me. And what do we have first? I believe, will you please call the first item, Mr. Barrera?
Yes, that is item number 9, a use permit for preservation and renovations to the Barcroft Apartments building, numbers 32 to 34.
Mr. Manager, do you have a presentation this evening?
We do. We're going to have a brief presentation from Olivia Sontag and Melissa Danowski, who are here. So over to you, Ms. Sontag.
Hi, good evening. Good. How are you?
I'm losing my voice.
Well, then I'll just get started. So good evening, Chair Dorsey, members of the board. My name is Olivia Sontag with the Arlington County Planning Division. With me this evening is Melissa Danowski with the County Housing Division. I'll provide a brief verbal overview of the proposal, and then we'll also have several members of the applicant team available in person and virtually to answer any questions. So the item before you is a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for the next phase of renovations and preservation to 3 Barcroft Apartments buildings within Section 4 of the overall complex. The buildings are within designated conservation areas in the neighborhood's form-based code boundaries, and the proposal is consistent with the existing plan. This proposal secures both the preservation of the 3 buildings and of 79 committed affordable units. The applicant also requests modifications for setback and parking requirements for the existing buildings to remain. The total number of units will not change, and all 79 units will remain 2-bedroom units, but the applicant proposes converting 4 of those ground floor units to accessible Type A units in Building 33. The parking lot will be slightly reconfigured to accommodate 4 ADA parking spaces and accessible pathways to the units, which require removal of 2 trees total on the site. The proposal was reviewed by the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group.
the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board, and the Design Review Committee with support from all groups. The item has also received unanimous recommendation for approval from both the Planning Commission and Housing Commission. And the recommendation before you this evening is to approve the use permit subject to the conditions of the staff report. And in response to Ms. Tobar's question and per condition 11 of the staff report, those eligible for relocation assistance are all residents living at the property at the time of the approved tenant relocation plan. The tenant relocation plan for this phase of renovations is anticipated to be considered by the Tenant Landlord Commission and approved no earlier than February of 2024. So that concludes my overview, and staff and the applicant are happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Riley here presenting the applicant. Do you have a presentation this evening?
No, Chair Dorsey, we don't have a presentation. I think staff adequately addressed the citizen email and the reason for pulling the consent item. However, we're available to answer any questions that you have about these.
Appreciate your being here as a resource. All right, we don't have any advisory groups here, I believe, to comment on this item, so the discussion is now with the board. And Ms. Talento, would you get us started with a motion if you are ready for that?
I move to adopt the use permit for preservation and renovations to the Barcroft buildings, number 32 through 34, located within Section 4 of the overall apartment complex, with modifications pursuant to the Columbia Pike Neighborhood Form-Based Code for setback and parking requirements associated with the underlying zoning district for the existing buildings to remain.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Would you like to speak to it any more than that?
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I read the information, the attached packets, the recommendation from staff. Everything seemed very clear to me. I understand some of the constituents' concerns, just because this is a multi-package project, but for this particular use permit request, I thought it was very clear. The attachments of the depictions were very detailed, showing what was going to be happening through the use permit if approved. So I support this permit, and I don't have any other comments. Thank you, or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, we'll now move to a vote on this item. And the motion to approve item number 9, the manager's recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you very much. I appreciate your all being with us this evening.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
All right, you too. Mr. Barrera, will you call the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item number 12, an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 3, 4, 12, 13, and 14 of the Arlington County zoning ordinance.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, do you have a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick Rogers of CPHD and Eric Beach from the Department of Parks and Recreation are here. So over to you, Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Manager, thank you so much. It'll be actually Mr. Beach who will be providing the presentation this evening to the board.
Thank you. I'm Eric Beach with the Department of Parks and Recreation, and Nick Rogers is here with me from Community Planning and Housing Development, as we just saw. The issue before you today is agenda item number 12, in order to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 3, 4, 12, 13, and 14 Arlington County zoning ordinance. This change to the Arlington County zoning ordinance would improve the county's ability to provide amenities and facilities within county-owned public spaces. This will be done by providing a use permit option for the S3A zoning district that allows modifications to height, setback, and minimum parking standards. This action is not a blanket change to those categories, but rather provides the inclusion of a board-approved use permit request on a case-by-case basis that would take place after robust community conversation via park planning design processes. This request also includes minor changes to how flagpoles are treated and editorial clarification. All right, let's see if we can get, there we go. These changes were first called for with the adoption of the 2019 Public Spaces Master Plan. With that plan recognizing where Arlington Park system has evolved, the county's S3A district that guides park development has not modernized significantly in the last several decades. Changes to the zoning ordinance are needed to allow Arlington's park system to meet increasing pressure on small parcels and in more densely developed communities and to protect natural resources. These changes are also an important tool to help support and implement new policy and goals recently established. A prime example of this is the Forestry Natural Resources Plan adopted by the County Board on Saturday. Adding flexibility to how the county develops its park spaces is critical in meeting the multitude of goals and needs of the community. This process followed the typical path to undertake a change to the zoning ordinance, with several opportunities for engagement throughout the process, including a question and answer session, briefing the Park and Recreation Commission and Sports Commission, from which letters of support were sent, the Planning Commission of either Zoning Committee or ZOCO, the Public Spaces Master Plan Implementation Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission, which on December 6th voted unanimously to recommend approval. An online feedback form was also provided and had close to 250 participants. Rather than deep diving into the details of this request, illustrating two examples where these changes might be applied may help illustrate these changes in action. As part of the last capital improvement plan, the county board provided funding to convert 2 fields at Kenmore Middle School into synthetic turf and improve those facilities. As part of that work, the field lighting will be modernized. One repeated issue that the county has heard regarding existing facilities is that the old lights have excessive light spillage into surrounding homes. New lighting systems reduce this issue using LED lights and improve directional control. However, these systems require light poles above the 68 feet currently permitted in the S3A district. By having a use permit option, the county can request the ability to install taller poles to improve the quality of life of the neighbors. If the use permit is not an option, the project can still proceed. However, more shorter light poles would be required with limited ability to avoid light spillage. It should be noted here that the use permit option for adjusting light pole heights will only be available option for fields that have existing lights and will not allow installation of lights on above the zoning district height limitation for fields currently without lights. The second example I'd like to share is DPR's current project at Bluemont Park. After robust community discussion, the county is moving toward a plan that moves existing courts out of the riparian protection area, or RPA, and away from 4 Mile Run. The location of the existing courts are shown here within the red bubble. By moving the courts to the south, existing impervious surface can be reclaimed and tree canopy added. There's one issue with the plan I just presented, though. When the courts are moved to the south, the light poles that serve the courts, while not exceeding the height restrictions, are now located within the setback required from the street and shown here within the blue circles in the image on this slide. By adding a use permit option to the S3A zoning district, the lights could be permitted within the setback, and the plan that was a result of a community discussion on how to balance many various issues can now be implemented, rather than leaving the courts within the RPA. The last item I'd like to address is how the use permit fits into the project's timeline. In this diagram, you can see the step for a use permit in the yellow box. This will become an additional step if needed in the county's existing processes, as this step does not currently exist. Development of park projects typically involve a master plan process, represented by the orange box, that include 3 or more community engagement opportunities. After the master plan is adopted, the design process takes place, represented by the gray box, that include additional community engagements. After those 2 processes that include heavy public engagement and time-to-refine plans, if the need is identified for release from a particular zoning restriction, the use permit process would take place to seek county board approval. After that approval is obtained, the project would then move into permitting, contracting, and any other regulatory approvals needed. So the request before you today is to adopt the ordinance as shown in attachment to the staff report to enable modification of the County Board of Zoning Standards for public owned and or publicly operated parks and open spaces through use permit approval for structures for maximum height and minimum setbacks, fences and walls for maximum height, parking for the minimum amount of required parking, and athletic field lighting for maximum height. These changes will also add greater flexibility in the placement of flagpoles and freestanding signs within publicly owned and publicly operated parks and open spaces. And the last piece is additional editorial changes for improved clarity. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Do we have any advisory commissions with us to speak to this tonight?
Yes, we have Caroline Haynes that is online, I believe John Mingus from the Sports Commission.
All right, Mr. Mingus, if you'll grab a seat, and Carolyn, if you'll take it away.
Thank you very much. I am, just for the record, Caroline Haynes with the Forestry and Natural Resource Commission, and I am the FNRC representative to the Public Spaces Master Plan Implementation Advisory Group. I also co-chaired the development of the Public Space Master Plan. This topic was discussed at length during the development of the Public Space Master Plan. I don't want to repeat what Mr. Beach already went over. I would just maybe add one other additional issue was Jenny Dean Park that had to be rezoned to be able to develop the park as envisioned during the 4 Mile Run Valley planning process. Similar issue with the light spillage and that kind of thing and some of the setbacks. I think this is another instance of where the zoning has not kept up with the times. And I think these proposed changes, as I said, were called for in the Public Space Master Plan and urge the adoption going forward of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mingus. You just press that button. Perfect.
Thank you for the opportunity to come tonight. I'll keep it short. Just the Sports Commission is enthusiastically supports all of this. higher poles. The lighting, light spillage is obviously a huge issue. So changing the rules to allow the higher poles allow for better lighting, which actually will help everybody because it creates less spillage. So I know it's weird, higher poles, but we've seen all the math and it works. Also, the setback, changing the setbacks help. The bottom line is all of this is positive from the Sports Commission. I have nothing else I need to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Bagley. So are you representing the Planning Commission tonight on this matter? If you can get the seat to cooperate.
For the record, Nia Bagley, Planning Commission. We discussed this, and by and large, all of us were very supportive of this. There was a brief discussion about a separate set of standards for public facilities only, and within ourselves, and also, again, staff saying that there would be robust community involvement in any modifications. We did unanimously recommend your approval. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comment this evening. And colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. Ms. Garvey, would you like to start us off with a motion?
I would love to do that. For item 12, ZOA 2023-12, I move the county manager's recommendation to adopt the ordinance as shown in attachment 2 to the staff report to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 3, 4, 12, 13, and 14 of the Arlington County zoning ordinance.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, there are items A through G about what this does. It's been sort of outlined. I'll go over a little bit of it briefly. I think frankly, it allows flexibility, and I think it just really is common sense. And we've had all kinds of input from our residents, our commissions, saying what a good idea this is. It will allow modifications, as we heard, to maximum height and minimum setback standards for light poles and things like that, where it makes sense. It will allow modifications of maximum height standards for fences and walls. And again, I think where it makes sense to do that, it will allow modifications of minimum parking requirements, establish findings to account for when approving modifications through the use permit will be allowed. It will allow modifications of maximum height standards for athletic field lighting and revised sign standards to permit greater flexibility, and make additional changes for improved clarity and other reasons required by public necessity. All in all, I think it just makes a whole lot of sense. Flexibility with a lot of backup from community engagement, and I hope we will pass it.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. I have a question for staff. So in the board report, there is an example where, you know, the flexibility to manage setbacks is actually beneficial to the integrity of the RPA and to the tree canopy that is embedded in the RPA, which we, by the way, for everybody, this is a resource protection area. This is a buffer along streams that needs to be protected according to the Chesapeake Bay conservation regime. So can you explain to me, so the county board, if approved, will have some discretionary capacity to, you know, approve these things, these setbacks and these, you know, this maneuvering on the territory. This will be subject to scrutiny, right? So there will be commission input, et cetera. Most of these changes will be very public and well debated. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, I think that is very accurate. When we come to planning or design of these facilities, and we identify a need to adjust setbacks to be able to provide flexibility on site to shift things out of an RPA or such, is generally a result of a long, probably robust community engagement process. And so it happens in two phases. It happens with our master plan work, where there are multiple opportunities and then a county board approval of that master plan. And then we move into a design phase where we have multiple options, multiple opportunities for engagement at which that plan is refined. So by the time we come to a request to the board for modified use permit, it's because we've had that community conversation, and it's probably the most appropriate for that project. And so it is this leading of a process to balance the many needs on a site, including our opportunities to protect or move things out of the RPA or protect, tree canopy, things like this, is the result of that conversation that would lead us to that request.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. And for the record, I think this year was an exceptional year for public engagement from your department, your team. I mean, my sincere appreciation for that.
Thank you.
Indeed. So first, I want to acknowledge that tonight we did plan on having Shruti Kupa, the chair of the Park and Recreation Commission. She's unable to make it, but does refer us back to their letter where they advise us that the Park and Recreation Commission is wholeheartedly in support of this effort. And I think this is one of those cases where we're able to take a step back, and maybe if I had a conversation prior to tonight, some of those people who were concerned about this would see the wisdom in it and how it fulfills what is often long-standing concerns that people have, is that we have unintended consequences with a restrictive zoning ordinance that prevents us from pursuing the best environmental, sustainable, and neighborly solutions as it relates to our public open space investments. And so in this case, while we've heard some worst case scenarios, I think that's come at the expense of thinking about what are the positive use case scenarios for how we can actually do better with our open spaces, including minimizing impervious for parking, reducing spillage, as has been talked about, but also how we can better locate our facilities so that they are easier to maintain, protect RPAs, achieve a whole lot of benefits, all of which combined can actually not only increase the actual amount of usable square footage, but can significantly provide better opportunities for folks to enjoy it. Now, that's not guaranteed, but it's achievable through the public process of a use permit. So for those who are confused as to what that means, it's essentially an opportunity for the public to get involved with this to ensure that we achieve those benefits and not that they are just dictated administratively. So I think people sit with this for a little bit, realize you probably like it. Therefore, I'm willing to support it. Seeing no other voices, why don't we move to a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion? All those in favor, please, Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Oh, you're saying aye. Okay, you're just quick with the vote. I love it. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your time and attention to this. We are ready to call the next item.
The next item is item 16, establishing ranked choice voting as the election method for the Arlington County Board primary elections. And if you wouldn't mind giving me a moment to set up.
Sure. We'll invite Ms. Reinmeyer to the front, and if the camera could figure out how to train themselves between her and Mr. Barrera, who will be doing a presentation from different places. Just want to keep it interesting for people this last meeting of the year.
Yes, I think David deserves an award for wearing multiple hats for this particular meeting. So I wanted to thank the county board for allowing me to speak tonight. It seems appropriate that my last official public act of the year is a presentation about ranked choice voting, since this has dominated much of what 2023 has been about for our office. I think at this point in the process, we understand the basics of ranked choice voting. We are authorized under the Code of Virginia to use ranked choice voting for our local county board elections. And then the rules for tabulation are further stipulated in the administrative code. One important note about 2024 as compared to 2023 is that the single transferable vote method will not be used, since only one seat is on the ballot in 2024. It will be using an instant runoff scenario, which requires the winning candidate to receive 50% of the votes. I wanted to take some time tonight to specifically talk about election education and outreach. This spring, we had the opportunity to speak to more than 30 different community and press organizations about ranked choice voting. While ranked choice voting might have been what got us an invitation into the room, we received a wide swath of questions on a variety of election topics once there. My takeaway was that there needs to be more comprehensive election education in our community. This makes sense. While Arlington is one of the most highly educated communities in the U.S., we are also highly transient. Election laws vary greatly across all 50 states and change every year. It's all but impossible to keep up with them, even when it's your full-time job. Let's overlay this now on top of the upcoming 2024 election environment. In a recent survey conducted by the Bipartisan Policy Center, 80% of voters in the U.S. are concerned or feel that there is a threat to the U.S. democratic system. The question election administrators have been asking much of the last few years is, how do we maintain and regain the trust and faith in our election systems? How do we combat bad information and rise to the top of the noise? I started asking members of our community a simple question this last year. Where do you get your election information? Where do your parents get their information? How about your friends? The answer is almost always the same. They would identify a trusted contact they go to, whether that be their children, a close friend, or a neighbor who happens to work for the county. We all have a trusted election friend. And if you don't have one, it means that you're probably the trusted friend for your network. My hope in 2024 is that we can identify, inform, and empower these trusted election friends in our community. We will not succeed without our community's help. We cannot expect an office with an outreach team of 3 to connect to 175,000 voters in 2024. We need to embark on a whole-scale election information campaign that discusses more than just ranked choice voting next year. Our office will discuss more about this initiative in the new year. Broadly speaking, we will be developing Election 101 trainings and materials, and we'll be inviting civic organizations and community groups to learn more about how to become a trusted election friend in our community. I encourage those who think they might already be or want to become a trusted friend to subscribe to our email list or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or X at Arlington Votes. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. I am here to answer questions about how ranked choice voting might be different in 2024, and I'll turn the presentation over to David.
Thank you.
All right, so this is just a refresher. Oh, for the record, my name is David Barrera. I'm the Communications and Policy Manager for the Arlington County Board Office. This is just going to serve as a refresher of the County Board Office's public engagement results on ranked choice voting from the summer. I want to be clear that there are 2 parts to this presentation. The first on overall responses to our questions, and the second on responses to the same questions but by demographic. I also want to know that the County Board Office used a feedback form open to the public rather than a statistical survey method. So while the results aren't generalizable in the scientific sense, this feedback form does capture a snapshot of sentiment that we hope contribute to the discussion on ranked choice voting. So a recap of the feedback form, its participants and the results. Overall, we had 2,450 individuals participate. There were 2,100 comments. We asked 4 main questions. How was your experience using RCV? How familiar were you with RCV before you voted? And using a slider scale, what's your general stance on RCV, and which statement reflects how you feel about future use of RCV in Arlington elections? We digitally disseminated the form starting June 17th and closed it on July 5th. Results revealed that overall, the majority of respondents favor some form of RCV in elections. As you can see here, 47% of all respondents supported in all elections, with 7 only in primaries for a total of 54%. 32 of all respondents opposed implementation elections, and 12% stated they did not know enough to take a position. Another way that we gauge participant sentiment on RCV was by using a feeling thermometer. We asked residents to use a slider to gauge their general stance on RCV from no support to full support, with no support having a 0-point value and full support having a 100-point value on the back end of our platform. When we get to the demographic section of this report, I'll be showing those general stances scores alongside the main question responses to just give you a sense of how our populations were feeling when they were answering that specific question. And as you can see, the average score, you can't really see it here, but it's 59 out of 100. Looking at the questions of how would you rate your experience using ranked choice voting and how familiar were you with RCV before you voted, we find that respondents overall had positive experiences and self-identified as being familiar with RCV. Specifically on the question of experience with RCV, 57% of respondents had positive or exceptional experiences, 29 had negative, and 13 had fair experiences. On the question of familiarity with RCV before voting, 56 stated they had heard about RCV and that they understood it. 22% stated that they were familiar. 19 said that they had heard about it but didn't quite understand it. And 4% said that they had never heard about it. We also asked participants to select all of the different ways that they heard about RCV. The top 5 selections were news at 74%, advocacy of political organizations at 40%, friends and family at 30%, the county website at 29%, and the elections office education campaign at 27%. You may notice that there is a 15% listed as other. The responses in these categories included individual research, exposure to the system in a college course, use of RCV in an organization or another jurisdiction that they lived in, and background knowledge due to their professional occupation. We'll now move into reviewing responses by demographic. So we'll be focusing on 3 questions: general stance, RCV voting experience, and future of RCV by 4 demographics. That's age, housing type, zip code, and race. I do want to note that not all 2,450 respondents provided demographic information. We made all those questions optional out of concern that requiring responses would discourage submissions. You may have noticed this already, but I want to point out there will be an N or a number denoting participants per question next to the graphs visualizing the responses. In this section, you will see that participation drops and hovers around 1,300 when we look at demographics per question. And so the following analysis, just to be clear, are based solely on those respondents who provided demographic information. Looking at responses by age, we find that of those self-identified, respondents were older in general. 71%, in fact, were 50 or older, with 29% being 49 or younger. Next to the number of participants column, I've included the general stance figure that we had talked about, the average per subdemographic, to give us a sense from 0 to 100 on their general sentiment. I'll keep the formatting throughout the presentation. One observation that immediately stands out when looking at these comments is the seeming inverse relationship between age and support. The younger the population, the larger support, and vice versa. And as you can see, there were only 9 respondents that were in the category of 19 and under. This is just an example of how in the feedback form there will be moments of low participation rates in some subdemographics, and I'll point them out when we get there. The sentiment is reflected when looking at the response to the question of voter experience using RCV, with blue indicating exceptional, orange indicating positive, gray indicating fair, and yellow indicating negative. We can see 2 similar observations we've made prior. And that's the first being that in each subcategory, respondents had more combined positive and exceptional experiences. Responses were generally positive. The second is the inverse relationship between age and negative sentiment. In the categories 60 and above, we see that while positive experience totals in orange are highest, there are notably large numbers of negative experiences in yellow. In the 39 and below categories, we see that the top experience selected shifts from positive in orange to exceptional in blue. When asked about the future of RCV in our elections, the results are similar. In every age subcategory, the top response, noted here in blue, was that RCV should be implemented in every election. The second most selected response was that it should not be implemented at all, followed by I don't know enough to take a position, and it should only be implemented in the primaries. And as you can see, this ranking order seems consistent across all subcategories, with the distance between implementing in every election and not implementing at all somewhat growing in younger subcategories. Moving on to these questions by housing type, 63% of respondents that self-identified lived in single-family detached homes. This is followed by 29% in apartments or condos and 10% in townhomes or other detached homes. An observation from the table here is that single-family homeowners have the lowest support of RCV, and those who live in apartments or condos have the highest support. When asked about their voting experience, those individuals who lived in a single-family home had higher negative experiences, especially compared to those living in apartments or condominiums. Positive or exceptional experiences totals remained highest in each category. The same sentiments can be observed in the future of RCV graph. Every category had it should be implemented in every election as its top choice, with the it should not be implemented at all being the second choice. Percentages weren't included here, but the percentage of should not be implemented at all in single-family home respondents was 27%, and this drops to 17% with those living in apartments or condos. We also asked participants to provide us with their zip code information, as shown in the legend of the, for the pie graph. 22207, 01, 04, 05, 03 were the highest in terms of self-identified participation rates. Using a map, we can better visualize this sentiment by zip code. And as you can see, the strength was highest in 01, 09, and 06 areas, with the average support upwards of 75%, and was lowest in 04, 07, and 03. To make it even easier, hopefully, to see response percentages relative to each other, I use a pie rather than bar graphs, and so consistent with the overall trends of those that self-identified, every zip code has more positive and exceptional experiences, the orange and the blue there, than negative and fair. I do want to note that those zip codes with the largest percentages of negative experiences, the yellow here, were 04, 07, and 13. On the question of the future of RCV, it's a little easier to visualize, so I've used the standard bar graph. Trends remain constant. Every zip code had it should be implemented in every election as their top choice. On our last demographic, race, we see some of our lowest levels of general stance averages. Now, I do want to note that smaller numbers lead to larger impacts on averages, but I do want to point out that Black or African Americans, Native Americans, and respondents that self-identified as other had notably low sentiment. Given the large relative volume of white respondents, I had to split up the visualizations to show these differences. So on the left, it'll be for white respondents. On the right, it'll be for non-white respondents. As you can see on the left, white respondents had generally positive experiences with RCV, but on the right, the sentiment of RCV for Black or African American, Native American, and those self-identifying as other is consistent with these groups having higher negative experiences. Again, due to the large volume, I've split these visualizations. On the right, we see that those identifying as Black, African American, other, and Native American categories had it should not be implemented at all as the top choice for the future of RCV question. And so to wrap up, here is a qualitative snapshot of the spectrum of comments with the most negative and the most positive ratings. In the middle here, I've also provided some of the comments that I observed while reading the responses that were somewhere in the middle. And so on the negative side, on the left side, there were 275 individuals that had a general stance of 0. Notable or widely used comments by those with the sentiment level were that RCV is just too complicated in a 2 open seat election. There was concern that second votes and third weren't counted. There was a belief that the top 2 vote getters should be the victors. And they felt that a poorly understood system led to a lack of faith in the outcomes of that system. On the positive side, the right side, there were 339 individuals that gave a score of 100 in terms of general stance. Notable widely used comments were RCV was easy to understand and that ballot instructions were very clear. RCV forces candidates to appeal to a broader constituency to win rather than just the top supporters. It provides more choice to voters. And for example, my first choice didn't win, but my second did. And for those reasons, this system improves the democratic process. And somewhere in the middle, I observed individuals for, against, or unsure of RCV writing comments that express sentiments of wishing that the county had put out more information, wanting to rank more candidates, and wondering what's the extent of value added of this new system compared to our old system. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. And let's move to see whom else we've got talking about this. No applicants, no advisory groups. The discussion is now with the board. Ms. Talento, would you like to start us off with a motion?
I would love to, if you just bear with me so I can pull it up.
Sure, take your time, take your time.
I may need it.
Actually, David, would you mind pulling your presentation back up and just giving me a snapshot again at where people heard about RCV?
Yes.
The one that listed the dozen or so things?
Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Okay. I'm ready. We good?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just going to take a picture of this.
Great. I move that the county board adopt an uncodified ordinance to establish ranked choice voting in all county board primary elections as described in attachment 1 of the noted board item.
Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. And would you like to speak more to your motion?
Yes. So I would like to move this forward. I think that ranked choice voting, as was shared by many supporters, does provide an opportunity to allow for all voters to have a chance at getting a person that they would like to see elected, even if it's not their first choice. I recognize that education is important, and I do believe that we can improve upon that, but I don't believe that because we weren't excellent at educating our public, that we should not move forward with it. I also want to acknowledge the sentiments about the general election. While I believe in consistency and would love to see this, generally speaking, much wider, the truth is that at the General Assembly, they've only allowed it for county board votes, or as they call it, local government votes to exclude school board. So with that in mind, my biggest concern at the general election is that many new Americans only vote in the general election, which I think goes back to some of the data that we saw today. I would be curious to see what the data is and the breakdown is of people who generally vote in a primary election. Coming from as a first-generation American in a family with parents who were not able to vote, and then one of them gaining access to vote later on in life, they only voted in general elections because there was not a lot of understanding or education about local elections. In my community advocacy, one of the biggest challenges that we face in trying to get out the vote for our immigrant community is the education about about local elections and the power of a primary vote, depending on your political affiliation. And so I think that education in general needs to be put out there even more so, and then to be able to include it now with how ranked choice voting works. And as we move as a country towards normalizing, hopefully, this way of voting, we can then start to consistently do it for all elections. In a general election where you may not have the most involved or informed voters on how elections work in this country, or even if you are been in this country for generations, perhaps you come from a family who did not have opportunities to always vote. And so for those reasons and others, I am supporting ranked choice voting for primary elections through this ordinance, or through this uncodified ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I will support the motion. I expect that, I think we can't, because of how this was advertised, we can't take up the general election today, and that we'll have to take that up early next year.
That would be out of scope.
Yep, so well, yes, out of scope of what we want, but it will be within scope of the board next year, so I expect it to come forward to us again for those who are concerned about that. For me, I'm okay with it with primaries only. My real concern is when you have 2 seats up and it is that single vote transferable, because actually ranked choice voting, when you've got 1 seat up and when you have 2 seats up, are 2 completely different animals as they get scored, and the winner is determined. So I'm not at all comfortable for a general election doing it for 2 seats up, but for 1, I'm fine. So I will be fine this coming year, and we will be discussing that. I'm not totally sure I'm fine with it for primaries, even when they're 2 seats up, but I will support the motion. I will say I have run a lot of races. When I was on the school board, I was always the 2-seat year, and I did a lot of those races, and I've been in some other races with multiple candidates. Once you've got people who can vote for more than 1, everybody does behave better, because you say, if I can't have your first vote, can I have your second vote? Because it really kind of works out. So the behavior thing happens just anyway when you've got 2 seats up. So some of those advantages are kind of gained that way. But when it's 1 seat up, I do think it does help to have people behave better. And I do think it helps not have somebody that wins with a very small number of votes, a very small percentage of the votes, which actually, as I've said before, that happened to me. The winner had 33% of the vote. I came in a close second, and I had all of the other, I think a lot of the others would have won. I'm actually glad I didn't, because I'm glad things worked out the way they did. But when it comes to voting, I think, and in general in scoring things, I think ranked choice for when there's 1 seat up is actually really the way to go. So I will support the motion despite a few concerns about when there's 2 seats in a primary. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go first, just so I'm not always having the last word. I'll just say that, as it relates to this, I'll just be very clear about the sort of our process here. The reason that we have an ordinance on the table for our discussion that proposes primaries and not the general or the primaries in 2024 and the general in 2024, or the primaries in perpetuity, but just the general in 24, is because this was sort of the basis of which there was general conversation about how to focus this discussion. So whether or not there is an opportunity for the board to consider the general election in 24, as Ms. Garvey noted, will be a matter that's fully capable of being decided by the board as constituted on January the 1st. As it relates to RCV, I always appreciate hearing all of the various people speak on this. There's a lot of passion on this on both sides. And I'll just say that for me, I'm less interested in RCV in the way that people typically talk about it. We heard a lot about how it may or may not have impacted an election. And of course, when you're looking with hindsight, there are a lot of different conclusions we can draw from it. I think the true benefit, or the most significant benefit that I get excited about as a former civic educator with RCV, is how it can help really develop an informed civic electorate, because people have more of an opportunity to find candidates that reflect their interests. They have perhaps more of an opportunity to just engage in the process of discerning what their important priorities are, and the more people can get engaged, the more important or the more effective it is for a community overall, in my opinion. I will say we did hear some concerns about outreach and education, and I do appreciate those concerns, and I think we should always welcome it as a challenge to do as well as we can. But Mr. Barrera, I think that slide you have is really instructive. Not that we need to go back to it, but a lot of people heard about it through official government sources. It wasn't an issue that people were not receiving that information from either the county, the elections office, or other official channels. But I think we have to reset some expectations about what is the responsibility in civic discourse to inform people about elections. There is a responsibility, in my opinion, for advocacy groups and candidates themselves. Nowhere is it said that it's the government that tells everybody everything that they need to know about elections. A healthy democracy includes all of those folks working together to keep people informed. And certainly this great country has a history with groups like the NAACP being on the vanguard of civil rights education and voting rights education, and making sure its supporters understood not only how to participate, but how to best participate. And I hope that everyone embraces that responsibility, whatever is decided with elections moving forward, whether it's past the post, RCV, or something else. And lastly, while I do appreciate that people think that consistency is a value, and I won't argue with that point necessarily, I'll just simply say, till the General Assembly does us a favor, every election in Arlington, people are going to have to remember a couple of different things if RCV is a part of them, because it's going to be available for one thing and the other ones is something else. And I think ultimately it's not going to be that difficult for Arlington voters to figure out whether or not a county board election is a primary, is RCV or past the post, when all of the other ones are going to be past the post. I don't think they're going to be challenged to try and figure it out. So anyway, for that long way of saying I'll support the motion, and ultimately we'll look on with glee as the board wrestles with this issue in the future. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. You will hear me again on TV probably to argue for that. One thing I wanted to, you saw my thunder actually, because I wanted to say that the two most important institutions that inform voters are the parties themselves, right? I'm a Democrat, so our party has conducted primaries with the RCV system for a very long time when they weren't state-mandated or state-run primaries. So I know that I've been in a couple of them myself. So this is nothing new. And our Republican friends have discovered the benefits of RCV as well. I believe that they chose their government through an RCV process. So I think that we are really ready. Our major political institutions are already tuning in. They know how to work the system, how to inform the voters, and we have to bind them into a holistic campaign that delivers the information that the voter needs. I still believe that there is a lot of room for improvement in education and outreach, especially for voters who don't have this, political cultural background, especially here in Virginia, where you vote every year. I mean, I talk with immigrant voters who basically don't know that they have to vote every year and how this works, etc. This has been a constant struggle. We have been reaching out to these voters, and we have been trying to get them to understand that. And actually, they have been always very grateful for receiving that information, and they have formed their minds accordingly. Last but not least, the voters are amazing people. They really understand. They really learn. They're not subjects that need special, tender, loving care every single time. They are really people with interests. They want to participate in the political process. It is a matter of whether we produce enough avenues of access. And to those who are very passionate about RCV, I have to say, I perfectly understand your motivation. I share most of that. However, I am still not, completely convinced that the, higher political culture goals that the RCV wants to ameliorate, to accomplish, that they are only achievable through RCV. There are other significant components of that. I never lose an opportunity to mention campaign finance reform as a very big one, because this is another piece of democracy that needs to happen contemporaneously with improving the voter system and the voter access system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, just quickly, I also want to thank everybody for coming. It's kind of cool that everybody's so passionate about how we vote. I mean, it's great. And I really want to thank Ms. Reinemeyer for all of your work. It's impressive, and I heard you talking about all of your efforts to educate. Next year is going to be quite a year. Excellent point. People come and go, and they're really smart, but we kind of do things differently here. So thank you all for your work and the work that's coming up. Democracy is under threat a lot of places, but I think it is alive and very well here in Arlington. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move to consideration of the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. We'll be doing RCV and primaries without expiration. Thank you all. All right, we are ready to call the next item.
The next item is item number 17. This is an ordinance to amend the Code of Arlington County, to amend and reenact Chapter 69 to make administrative amendments and to clarify the training requirements for law enforcement community oversight board members. Let me go ahead and pull up the slide.
Thank you. It's interesting. This item was pulled from our consent agenda, and we had a number of speakers on it, but I guess they were not able to stay for the discussion of the issues that they raised. So I apologize that I'll be speaking to concerns that may not necessarily be reflected by an audience, but to clarify what seemed to be a number of misconceptions about what was proposed and in terms of what Chapter 69 is in the first place. Just to be clear, although it was asserted otherwise, this was an element of our county code that was in fact drafted by our county attorney and team. I'm sure it was a surprise to you to hear that it was drafted by another group, but it was in fact reflective of a process that included lots of groups and lots of valued input, including from the NAACP, and the coordination of all of that input was actually handled at the direction of the board and in consultation with the county attorney. And as we look at Chapter 69 a couple of years in, there's been an opportunity to fully constitute the Community Oversight Board, to hire the independent policing auditor, and to have that work begin. And as a result of that, there are a number of things that we've observed that could be improved and that rise to the level of being administrative and technical with the ordinance to reflect things that we didn't quite get right when we crafted in the first place, and that through experience we've learned could be improved with some minor tweaks. So here they are, not a lot. Provide some flexibility in the training requirements for COB members. We really iterated a pretty specific list of training requirements. And it wasn't until, while it was easy to draft, but while they were actually in the process of fulfilling it, we realized how incredibly onerous it was. And while we may necessarily want to keep that same level of intensity for the initial board, the way the ordinance was written, it kind of provided that a lot of those elements needed to be done every single year, even if the people were the same. So we took a clear lens look at the training requirements and adjusted them to be more flexible, and I would argue to be more humane. Then we also looked at non-voting members who, again, not necessarily through intent, but as written, could be interpreted that if they were not at their maximum level of 2, that there was somehow illegitimacy in the COB, so we're clarifying the intent. And then there were a number of duties and responsibilities and functions of the Community Oversight Board, our public body, the independent policing auditor, by necessity, an employee of the county manager, and just needing to make clear that they were independent functions that, although they work collaboratively together, they had workflows and responsibilities that existed separate and apart from each other. Whenever you look at a document with a lot of words, you can make some additional changes for clarity's sake. And so with a lens of hindsight and looking at the way things function presently, there were a lot of changes to improve the clarity of the various functions. And then also, we do have a working memorandum of understanding, which further goes into some detail. And in cases where it was unclear whether or not the two documents were saying the same thing, we wanted to align the ordinance with the MOU so that we could have some clarity on operational practices. Now, those were the changes that were worked on, that were discussed for a period of time, including exploring other areas, but ultimately the changes that were going to be recommended for the board fall into this umbrella, and they're administrative and technical. And so it's pretty common for this board to look at administrative and technical changes to charters, which this largely is. It's an ordinance, but it's a charter for a function, and we routinely do those without engaging in a widespread conversation with the public because, we do maintain the ability to do organizational hygiene on our own initiative and without asking anyone else's permission. And in this case, we were trying to be efficient. But given all of those things, there seemed to be a whole lot of confusion. So the ultimate recommendation is to defer to an indefinite date. And that is what's before you, and that's what you're being asked to consider. So I will move that we accept the board's recommendation to defer adoption of this ordinance to an undetermined indefinite date in the future. Seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Any further discussion? Mr. Lento and then Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. I just wanted to address some of the comments about being disappointed with the process. And while I appreciate that disappointment and the frustration, one thing that I've always deeply appreciated about the government processes in this country is that there's a checks and balances system. And the reason I highlight that is, I think it's very important to note that, for instance, in this particular agenda, we had over 48 items, or I think 48 items, many items. And just about 4 weeks ago, we had another heavy agenda with a big plan for our community. And in between that, we had Thanksgiving. And all in between that, we are constantly working. And I only mention that because I can only speak for myself as I was preparing. My studying didn't commence to really deep dive into our agenda items for these two meetings until Thursday evening and Friday. So I'm grateful that we have community members looking at our agenda and pulling items. That's what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to check us and make sure that we're on top of everything. All of that happened prior to my ability to dig into the agenda. I'm not familiar with this ordinance. This is not on the board when it was originally adopted. I had heard peripherally what was happening in the community. I may have that time pulled it myself to abstain because I was not familiar with it. But to be honest, once it was pulled and I saw there was deference in the recommendation, I have prioritized everything else on the agenda. And so I just want to highlight that while I appreciate people sharing that they're disappointed in our processes, I think it's important to note that they exercise the community's rights process to do a checks and balances for the county. And as a county board member, I appreciate that. If you're not checking me and you're asking me to do all my work, I have been a multitasker my whole life as a mother of 5, working multiple jobs at multiple times. And as many times as I try to juggle all the balls in the air, a couple of them fall. And so I would love to have anyone at any given time trying to catch one that falls. So I want to thank the community for noting this, and I want to remind the community that I hope you will continue to engage our agendas and make sure that if you do have concerns, you're pulling these items and recognize that I think I could speak for the last 6 months that all my colleagues on this board work really hard to work and follow a strong process and serve the community with the best intent at all times. And so I just wanted to share some of those comments, Chair Dorsey, to address that concern.
Mr. Karantonis.
Chair Dorsey, first of all, we owe you a debt of gratitude for working very hard on the COB on Chapter 69 for quite some time. And I would
Labor of love, but thank you.
Yeah, I would include also Mr. De Ferranti to this.
Indeed.
I believe that a good part of what the intention here was good and could be compared to housekeeping items in a charter. It remains true, though, that Chapter 69 is still very fresh in a very sensitive place. And this is known to us, and this is known to everybody. And therefore, I think that's appropriate to be extra careful and concentrated in as much as possible perfect process, and check all the T's, cross all the T's and dot all the I's. Therefore, I think the right decision right now is to defer. It definitely doesn't mean completely indefinitely. I think that we have a very good body of work on which we can build up next year and complete and finish this job to the degree that's reasonable to complete that. And this is an incremental improvement also to the Chapter 69, which will go for a while. The COB is a relatively new body. Actually, under your chairmanship, it has started to actually function, and it was constituted as a body. So it's a major accomplishment of your chairmanship, and now comes the time to polish and to make it as functional as possible. And for that, we need really to take as many people with us as possible, even the people who are, including the people who are not right now present in this room. So I look forward to continuing the conversation. I'm absolutely certain that you, as a citizen, won't be, too removed from that process.
Send you some letters. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for all your work on this. I'm pleased to support the motion.
So we're pleased to support a deferral. And I will just note that for all of those, not that it'll be in any way up to me, but I would hope that as you listen to the requests for engagement on this issue, that you also recognize that comes with a responsibility to include the other voices in this space who are not in this room tonight, including the police, other advocacy groups, the police practices group, and any people who are interested from there. And once you begin to put that all together, you see how significant of a public engagement effort that is. That's not to dissuade you from doing it. It's just that in this case, we didn't feel that that was necessary for the level of housekeeping adjustments that we were making. But as you defer this indefinitely, it definitely gives you room to bring the band back together again and to discuss all of these items. And, I'll watch from afar. All those in favor of the motion to defer, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 4-0. I think we're now ready for our regular agenda, right?
Correct.
All right.
So the penultimate item is item 48. That's the resolution to affirm the county board's intent in improving modified building heights in the Langston Boulevard area plan south of Langston Boulevard for the blocks starting at 5,000 Langston Boulevard and ending at 5,066 Langston Boulevard, North Emerson Street. And there is a slide I will project.
Indeed. Colleagues, you should be able to go through this pretty quickly. This is another, I hate to use this word, but a little technical housekeeping cleanup.
Yes.
But maybe not.
It is not housekeeping per se. It is a technical fault that.
Yeah, we're just we're
an
clarifying
imperfection.
what was intent. So during the county boards, so this item concerns the Langston Boulevard area plan and some motions that were made, and we just want to provide some clarity in case that was missing from some of the documents displayed and some of the comments summarizing the actions. But during the board's deliberations to adopt the area plan at the November 11th meeting, the county board approved several motions to revise certain plan recommendations when it adopted the plan and associated GLUP, zoning, and master transportation plan amendments. So one motion, Mr. Carantonis's, I believe, starting at the 5,000 block of Langston Boulevard and to include and end at 5066 Langston Boulevard, where it intersects with North Emerson Street, was to reduce heights as shown on the building height and form map in figure 310, which is, I believe, the figure that is before us right now. Is that right, Mr. Fusarelli? Great. To 4 stories with up to 3-story height transitions. And so as initiated, the specific intent of the motion was to revise the building heights across these blocks along only the south side of Langston Boulevard. So the portion in red and below. However, an associated map that was, I guess, prepared for the meeting was not displayed that clearly showed this intent, and the text of the motion did not specify that the revision should only apply to the subject blocks located south of Langston Boulevard. So to provide clarity and avoid potential future uncertainty on the manager, the county manager, on this matter, the county manager recommends that the board adopt a resolution with attachment 1 attached to the county board report to reaffirm and reapprove this motion and append the exhibit showing the intended geography of the change. And once this clarification is taken care of, staff will then go and release the area plan that reflects all of the other motions that were approved on November 11th. Seconded by Mr. Carantone. I don't know if I think I presented it, so I'm going to let you move it, because you had the glory of moving it the first time,
Well,
right?
I so moved exactly with the language that you used, because this was the county manager recommendation.
There we go.
And seconded by Vice Chair.
So it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. And what is our next item?
Our next item is our last item. That is item 49, fiscal year 2025 budget guidance. And I believe Ms. Meredith and Mr. Stevenson are online.
Terrific. And I believe you also have the ability to project this on the screen. This is the board's annual opportunity to coalesce some of the previous conversations that have been had about revenue forecasts and any projected surpluses or deficits, as well as other headwinds and challenges and opportunities, and to use those conversations to provide some focused guidance for preparation of the upcoming budget. There is a draft that all board members have had a chance to look at. We'll project when we can.
You're asking for the board report? Is there like a, sorry.
If you can just, I'll send it to you. It's just a Word document that you can project.
I think it's the item on the agenda.
It's on the agenda. Okay, I apologize.
Oh, it's great. So you just.
Yeah, let me just go to the agenda.
Perfect. Yeah, yeah. And so, colleagues, you've all seen this, but to just summarize it generally for our public, it really tasks the manager with looking at a really tough year from pretty much all angles to not only look at service program and service reductions or eliminations, because he is beholden to deliver a budget within a balanced budget. And so, we'd love to see how he could achieve that with cuts. If he can achieve it with cuts and efficiencies, he's got to, let us know what he would recommend as far as revenue increases that should be considered. But even if he proposes cuts, got to deliver a prioritization of which ones that he believes should be looked at first, the tiering, if you will. And then for revenue increases, can't simply just revenue his way out of any deficit issues, because we've asked that he be mindful of the increase that single-family taxpayers have paid historically and keep any increases within that level of overall tax responsibility. Then there are a number of other things to look at, including contributions to WMATA and making sure that those don't exceed the county's ability to pay and are consistent with all requirements that we have in funding WMATA, that we continue the phasing out of one-time funding, which is something that we've been on the path to doing for multiple years, and I believe is currently slated to be phased out by FY26. Then there are a number of priorities that relates to housing and human services that the manager is expected to maintain, as is the commitment to Arlington Public Schools. And then there is a look at something that the Fiscal Affairs and Advisory Commission has long challenged the county to do, and that is to basically improve our budget, which has been noted by a lot of folks who look at local government budgets, and we've received accolades, but they've encouraged us to level up and go to the next level and really look at performance outcome measures and not just output units, right? So let's figure out, what are we trying to do with these dollars? Let's identify the measures associated with them, and then let's track how our budget dollars are doing in meeting those outcomes. And so there are a couple of items here that ask the manager to really begin that work in earnest. And then, there are programmatic updates, things that are important to the community that we just like to make sure don't get lost and are particularly addressed during the budget process. We talked a little bit earlier today about some staff reorganization initiatives and how that might impact the work of the Chief Race and Equity Office. And then they're ever present that the only thing that we know is that we don't know what the future is going to look like, and we have to be prepared for it nonetheless. So prioritizing the resilience of our county and our operations and programs. Should we face what we think we might face with climate change, or should we face something else that we can't quite identify yet? How we're going to deliver on our public safety priorities and services in the event that these vacancies remain elevated. This is not just an issue with police, but it's a growing issue with fire, so we definitely want to hear about that through the budget process. And we also talked on Saturday about making sure we have the necessary commitment in resources to allow the Barcroft development plans to proceed expeditiously. So that's the draft. Coalescing of conversations that all of us have had. It's what we'd like to put forward to the manager. I'll move it.
I'll second it. Oh.
It's seconded by Vice Chair Garvey. Is there any further discussion? Yeah, we can do that. David, you heard everybody, so just anybody can be the second. Actually, we can all be a second. Yeah. That's legal. Let's make everybody a second. I'm getting wild tonight.
All right.
All right, any further discussion? Mr. Karantonis.
Just to let everybody know that this is a guidance that sets us up for a very thorough conversation on the first rather difficult year where we will have to recognize the headwinds, like the chair just called them, the challenges. I'm looking forward in the next quarter to have an extremely thorough conversation. Next year will be very interesting because we are not only going to approve a budget, but also we're going to update our capital improvement plan for the next 10 years. So all this will coalesce or converge into a very holistic assessment of the health and resiliency of our local economy and of the finances of our government. Mr. Swartz, I believe, I can quote you, you were saying always that local government, the essential one, we have more than 120 lines of business, and this will be again 1,000 pages budget document. We look forward to this conversation.
All right. Okay, we're now ready to move to a vote on the motion to send this guidance to the manager. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Is there any other business to come before the county board?
Yes, there is.
Uh-oh, okay. Ms. Garvey?
Last item, Mr. Chair. We always present the gavel, but you're not going to be here in January.
Which means I can't get one.
Yes, you can. It's right here and prepared. It's going to match the other one. You've got a matched pair now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my goodness. A gavel collection. This is very sweet. And there is one other piece of business. Ms. Talento and I both, in our haste to really thank all of you for the generosity and the way too effusive words that you said, we forgot to do some proper acknowledgement, so I'll begin with Ms. Talento.
Yes, I think it's one of these things where we discuss our unsung heroes, and they're unsung because they're doing all the work behind the scenes. And as I was overwhelmed with the wonderful words and really honored to have served, I could not have done this job without the county manager and his leadership and all of his staff, including our county attorney, Min Chow, and her team. I know that no one sees the work that you all do day in and day out to make sure that our operations are strong. Having the privilege to work with so many of our leadership, Anthony, who is here, still here at 9:30 at night. We've had the privilege of just a representation of the rest of our staff who is committed and always doing their work to the best of their ability and bringing the most extraordinary expertise to the board members and doing their best to represent the community and serve Arlington well. So just a heartfelt thanks that I will miss working with all of you. And I will miss collaborating with such great experts and dedicated public servants that are behind the scenes, making county the great county that it is. And while we can always improve, I think we're pretty great. And it's a thanks to all of you. So I just really wanted to extend that, and my apologies for not noting our unsung heroes at an appropriate time. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Dorsey.
Well, thank you, and I fully associate myself with everything you said, and Mark specifically and personally. Let me just say that, you know, one of the earliest decisions that I had to make on this board was whether or not to look at this person who was serving as our interim county manager and consider his application to be permanent. And we got a chance to measure your candidacy against people from all over the country. And at least through that process, it was clear to me that you should be our choice. But, you know, I was also faced with that initial self-doubt. I've only been on the board for a little bit of time. What the hell do I know? But I do think that there was wisdom in that group decision that we all made, and it's one that I've reflected on over many years as not only being the right one, but among the things that I am most proud of participating in this county. And I'll just tell you why. Because the job of being a local government CAO is unlike any other job in the world. It requires unique skills and a unique temperament, and they are not found in many people. You are a unicorn in that regard. And even though we have had conversations about things that I would like for you to do differently or better, I have always appreciated that from those conversations, I've become better in my thinking about a particular issue, and I think our organization has become better because you embrace that level of conversation from the board. And I can also tell you, without a doubt, throughout our region, there's a whole lot of gamesmanship being played with elected bodies and their CAOs. And while you may do that from time to time, for the most part, I really love how you respect our role. I hope you know that I personally, and I think these boards respect your role, and we're really in it for the purposes of doing well by our county. And one of the particular ways that I measure your skill is by the team that we've put together. And I have to say, I'm going to sleep so well on January 1st, not just because I don't have to have any responsibilities, but it's because I know that the people who are doing the work in our county, working 24/7 to keep us safe from harm, to make it so that we could traverse our public roads and trails safely, the folks who were thinking about planning our future, who were doing all of the various things that we need in local government, made up of people with the right stuff, not just the skills and the intellect, but in it for the right reasons and the right heart. You preside over that, you set the tone for it. I'm grateful for it, and I just gonna miss y'all. With that, we are, with my new one, no, I don't wanna mar that with this mundane stuff. This is like display worthy, everybody. So anyway, with that, this board is adjourned with no official meetings until January 2nd, 2024. All right.